Hydration, critical. Stop shrimping, Streamer Man. Time for a big stretch.
Hello there. Well, hello there. There we go. Hope you're doing well. All those cinnamon to win. Oh. And thank you for the hydrate, the post, check the stretch, and hello there. Hope you're doing well. Sorry it took me a little while. I had to go moisturize my face and hands. It's very dry out here when it's when it gets cold. And it's funny, people don't always realize really, really cold weather is in fact very, very dry. So when the moisture freezes out of the air, it'll start breaking your skin, all kinds of things, including your mucous membranes and stuff. Random deeds. Plus, men or women, especially when you start getting older, you should moisturize your face. I think something has gone broken here. Let me do a quick little thingamabob here in the background. Terribly sorry, everyone. We're wasting time, I know. I guess I should at least have the correct category for now. Hope this doesn't make too much noise. There we go. There, I'm sorry. I just need to reshare a clip of the YouTube's Stationeers. Jeez. I'll do. I think I clicked myself out of this thing too fast. Wow. Yeah, okay. So maybe we'll be ending up sharing that single clip multiple times. Well, I'll be that then. For now, things seem to be working again. Heckin' wonderful. Now, all those streamed up, and I've got the little party hat on over on the Twitch. Heckin' lovely. Oh, right, this needs to do this. One, where it counts. There, so now we have that shit done, and we have this shit done. Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to get everything sorted in advance, but, well, they don't always want to play nice. I'll move this to the side for a while, and on this side we'll open Dough. And Krita. Then we can do this one and pop. There you go. Oh, right, sorry. And then the hydrate, of course, yes. We do the hydrate. Skål. So that's what's around here. There we go. Post check in general. Mild stretching, and then the proper stretch. A lovely way to start the day. You do your shoulders. Press the front and the back. Do it again. Last one here. There we go. One. Then we do the twisties. And a fourth. And then we need the five. And one more time. There we go. Ooh. So, thanks again, Sina. Really does help. Really. I should just automatically try to do those every morning. But I don't. So thank you for helping me stay a little more healthy. Now, grab from here. This thing. I don't think there'll be too much drawing today. We'll be hopefully jumping straight to the coding, but we're still gonna have to do a little bit of a check up. What exactly were we doing? So last time, welcome back to the ads, everyone. Last time we were here, we were trying to figure out how to do the circles, should we have these, and defining the spell state. So let's have a closer look at that one, because I think we pretty much decided that we're gonna have to use we'll turn runes and circles and everything into resources, because they'll be, just data files defining what they are, what they do, and will allow for the engine to serialize them nice and neat. And they will have these sort of nodes only when they're actually necessary, which would be, the UI. We can even have the sort of the resources can call on other resources and so on. So we can have that whole entire logic there. What happening from there? Now, even though the game says, it's better to do resources from, they're more efficient for the engine than XML files and so on. So it might be then using those for, in general, storing information and all, finding all kinds of stuff. Now, what exactly was inside our spell state information? Now, the spell state we had. Oh, you like this again, eh? Hello, the no hypocrisy. Well, why Solar when it's the king on Europa? Solar's kind of pitiful on Europa. Well, no hypocrisy on the YouTube side. That's because I want to. Because I started building it, I just want to finish the thing. And yes, wind will be more. But I just wanted to, well, like I said, I wanted to build a solar station on top of a mountain. And that is what we will do. So, plug it out, plug it in again. Would it work now? Hey, why are you not working? Alright, now it works. Neat. Anyway. Change back to this one. But yeah, no hypocrisy. I did notice this, that the windmills was what we will be focusing on. But yeah, like I said, because I started the project, I feel bad about all the abandoned projects that I have everywhere. So we're going to finish that one. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to be that amazing. It just needs to exist because we started. Now, for this one though, for this game project, what we're doing today, right now, trying to figure out, because last time we were trying to figure out how do we figure out our spell state. for our DIY game. Now, wizard game. Now, the spell state essentially so far only carries 3 copies of the same information in various states. Where we had the unfiltered, the filtered, and the waste. Power. There. Now, then the question is, how should we do this? Like, we could design our own pre-made data structure for just the power array, essentially, because we haven't really decided on what the ultimate final form of our elemental structures will be. We're starting with the classical 4 elemental system of fire, air, earth, and water kind of thing. But I'm hoping to make it a bit more complex eventually. So that's why it's better if we can build this entire structure to work regardless of how the elements work. So I'm wondering if the resource that has the power should also then have functions for, dealing with shit. But it probably should. Now. Let's have a look-see here. What you call the power resource for now? No. One. The elemental power resource is what we're working with. So we'll have the total just so we can quickly get that fully big number. And there's Goisa. Happy 100 days. Well, thank you. I see. Very Goisa. Very kind of you. Yes. And 1 year ago, I made affiliate. Man, that feels weird. Feels like, I just recently started. It's been over a year now. 1 year as an affiliate, and the little time before that as a little baby streamer. Well, I guess nowadays, it's almost been a year, so it's time to start planning, to adding all the things to the stream, make it all more complex, working towards that growth, as they say. We'll get there. No rush. Things are kind of working right now. That's the important part.
Good morning, happy affiliate.
Hey there, Discount. Good morning to you as well. Happy affiliate indeed. If only we were affluent as well. How's progress yesterday? In this one, or for the Stationeers? The Stationeers, we were supposed to go build the solar panel array that we're going to do today, and instead we automated our Stirling engine system, which is very nice. Does everything except handling. What are we doing with the ultimate output? We'll deal with that. For now, the thing works, and I'm very happy with it. So we have more power sources than a way to just generate water. In this game that we're building, though, we got to the point what I'm looking at now. We try to figure out, GG in the Rune game. Nice. And in the Rune game, we mostly spent 2 hours here to, just planning out how everything should work. We wrote down a few things to sort of design how things would go. And I realized that for the spell state, we want to figure out the elemental power resource thing. So that's what all do we have in there? How does that work? Because like I said, we don't know, we haven't really decided yet on what will be the ultimate form of the elemental structure of this fantasy world we're playing for, designing here. Even though we're starting with the 4 elements, I would like to have it be a bit more complex. So now I want to think about, so we want to build the elemental power resource class, essentially, which would have the elemental information. And regardless of this one's state, I want everything else to work. So they'll just create a new resource for it, and it'll create an empty one. And then we can do all the editing to these as necessary. So I'm wondering, should we have the spell state be its own? No, because I can sort of vaguely feel like we might be using this one for in other places as well in the game. So having the element power resource have a total number, and then its contents, and then a few functions to just quickly get information from there, and so on and so forth. So that way the spell states and the functions that are making use of this one will function no matter what changes in the future we make to this resource. And they're gonna thank. Thank you very much for that. For the congratulations. I do appreciate it. Hope you're doing well. I hope you're having a wonderful morning as well, discount. And yeah, so that right now I'm just trying to think what all do we need to put in here so that it would be, future proofed for the future changes that will happen. Because I then want the functions that make use of this resource, work regardless of what happens in the resource. So we'll have a few functions in there that will be called, and then the resource itself will handle them, accordingly. Like we'll have a get total, and for that one we can just have a total, and it just returns that one. Then we can have a function inside the resource that calculates the total, and then we can add that one. We can get total, it updates total, and maybe then returns that one. And we could always just have something that calculates the total and then returns it. But I might, yeah, well actually that is true, because if we do that, then we won't need to save the information. But that again is something we can then figure out in the future. Because right now, yeah, we'll have the values inside the resource, and what we'll essentially try to build it in a way that it's all the information inside there is private, and we'll figure out getter all kind of more detailed getters and setters eventually. But for now, we could then have all the values here. So we have the total. We could do with a array or a dict that would then have the full number, or we have a list of variables, with all the LMs in it. So LM1 or LM2, etc. and so on. I was thinking, would a dictionary be better or worse? But at the same time, a dictionary could also then work, or even an array here, because the list of elements would always exist here. When we create a new one, it already has the list. They're all just put at 0. Then we put information in, it updates that information, and so on. So whatever element exists in the game, they will always be given back and forth in the form of an element power and resource. So nowhere else do we separately define the elements outside of this thing. For now. I don't want to have multiple lists that have to be the same. They have to manually check and make sure. So that way, if you can use this one, it'll be more useful for me. Do we have its variables? But okay, for now we'll build variables. We'll make it a little clunky, but the point is then, and like I said, then we'll have functions or the getters and setters. How would the filter work? If the filter rune, it gets a power resource array, or resource, then it applies its filtration logic to it. So what okay, so, and then he also wants to make a new list. Now, I like things being loopable functions. So that's why I'm wondering, like, I don't think I want all the elements to be inside individual variables, or I'd rather have them inside an array or a dict, because then we can loop inside through the entire content. And if we apply a filter, it'll be like, okay, we have these two things we know, and then if you find these, do a thing. If you don't find it, do another thing, and then move to the next one. And that way we can have like an inefficient filter that filters 100% or 80% of the target and like 10% of everything else, kind of thing. So it comes with a little bit of waste. And that way you can like, okay, is it the target? No, then remove from this value 10% and return that value. And that way we can have a sort of So I think the resource itself would do that as well, wouldn't it? Wouldn't that be easiest? So we like tell it, hey, filter your contents, here's the filter information, then the resource does the filtration, and what it returns is a new elemental power resource with the filtered out information, and it has turned itself into whatever's left, which would in this case be the waste. So that way we don't need a waste variable at all inside our spell state, because post-filtration, whatever's left in unfiltered is waste. That would be nice, yeah? Will it calculate the rune matrix when a new rune is added or on each use? We'll go through the proper thing. On each use. I think both, really. Because when you put in a new rune inside the rune matrix, the system, the game needs to check, is this a viable combination, and give feedback to the player. So it needs to be able to run through the thing and see what happens. And hey there, Mega Malp. Thank you for the celebratory hat. Hope you're having a wonderful day. And then, of course, every time because the idea is at its core, this is just a sort of a modifiable spell weapon system for the game. So that way, when you click the button, it calculates through it and does the attack. Because there might be things that affect your player, like a magic drain, which means that now your filtration system it has been affected by an outside force and so on. So we want this to be attackable by something. And of course, because then depending what kind of like ammunition, when we have further things, because in the beginning, we have our passive constant power source, but in the future we'll have more complexity there. And I'm thinking, like, in mid-run you might be hit by something that will affect how well your spells work. That's why we need to be able to calculate through this thing every time we do an attack, which is also why it cares about things like cooldown. So if we just loop through these values, all the elements that we have, apply filtration, create a new copy of yourself, return that one, and that way the filter would be like, hey, could you give me a filter yourself? Here's the info for filtering. I think that would be the best one, because then we can give that information further to the actual spell thing, which will also then check quickly what's inside here, and we can add further math here. It's similar to how would if you do some more what's it called? These like built-in like math stuff in like C++ and other the object-oriented stuff. I'm still relatively new to the object-oriented. Like the most of the stuff I did was in just C. But essentially, yeah, we'll have these all these variables will be technically private, and then there's the we can do just like you can do like vector times 2 kind of thing, which kind of doesn't make any sense, but it has the inbuilt math functions for like, okay, we'll just go through all the vector values and apply times 2 to them and create a new vector and give that as an output kind of situation. If we do similar math functions with this one, we can make this one as universally usable as it needs to be, and that way we don't have to worry about anywhere else caring about the exact nature of the elemental design of the world. I hope that should work. That should work, yeah. Yeah, and when we filter a file, that is true. Like first line, looking at unfiltered, filter, and waste, that idea was silly because the idea was after we filter it, then we have a filter and a waste value, and then the unfiltered would become empty, and well, that's kind of pointless, isn't it? Because we can just make changes to the one we had, turning that into the unfiltered to the waste value essentially, which is just whatever's left in the unfiltered is waste. And we're going to make more complex getters and setters eventually, but like I said, yeah, in the beginning we just make something with 4 elements and it'll kind of work. And I know because the individual values, so you can make all kinds of complicated, super fancy getters and setters. Would be nice. Looking to override the operators to perform the equation. That kind of stuff exactly gonna attack. That is the kind of stuff we're gonna do here. Except we're not gonna be overriding because we're building our own little madness here. But a similar thing exactly, yes. Making our own operators to our own new kind of data storage. Well, similar to vector, really. It just has an X amount of variables depending on how many vectors you're holding in it. That are floats. You got 2 floats? Well, you got a vector 2. You got 3 floats? Well, you got a vector 3. So, I think we're gonna save that one because that one was pretty much what I wanted to start with, because this is where we ended. Was like I realized I do want this to be its separate resource, because first I was thinking the spell state would be its own separate resource and we just hold dictionaries here, and then I realized, well, that's a bit silly because the spell state would remain sort of just its own variable inside the circle itself, which cares about the spell state. No one else really cares about it, and we want to be able to create a new value for these, every time we start a new run through this. And 4 floats, vector 3 moving through time. Yeah, I mean, it could be. Vector n is it exists in n dimensions. I use my vector 4s are usually for your quaternions, for your 4-dimensional coordinates, which are very useful for making rotational matrices. Now I know it's difficult to try to figure out those. All I remember is I never figured out how the fourth dimension completely works, but I learned the plate trick, and which is why you need to do 2 rotations for a proper rotation if you're going through 4 dimensions. Because hey there, James, how you doing? Thank you for the congratulations. Ah, yes, to think a full year getting paid to do this. With ever increasing small increments, but it's getting there. One of these days, I might be able to live off of this. For now, I live off of my sugar mama. But yeah, random detail. So the what they call the plate trick, if I remember correctly, is a thing to explain rotations in 3-dimensional space using 4-dimensional coordinate systems. So for the quaternions. And we want to do this because, some math, it stops, because if you do it in 4 dimensions, it stops certain things like gimbal lock and so on happening, where, if you all your vectors are 0, because that point does exist and they point that way, well, then if you add plus or minus, any multiplication you add to 0 is still 0, so you're kind of fucked when you're like rotational things. I mean, gimbal lock is more than just that, but that's an example. But the plate trick is funny. Why do you need to do 2 rotations in a 4-dimensional rotation? So I want to turn this thing 360 degrees, right? So if I turn it, There, it has done 360 degrees, but you see, my arm is all twisted, so it isn't actually back in its starting position. So we do the same rotation one more time, and voila, we're in the same rotation. That's why you need to do 2 rotations in 4 dimensions, because otherwise, the arm here sort of represents the fourth dimension. That is like Schrodinger's cat, an oversimplification, but unlike Schrodinger's cat, this one was designed to even make sense. I love the fact that Schrodinger's cat is used to explain the whole quantum instability thing when Schrodinger's cat is specifically an example of why it's stupid. And then everyone's using that one to make sure, using it to explain it to people. Man, Schrodinger he's probably spinning in his grave. Slapping his face so hard. Like, oh God, no. You're using the example for the opposite of what it's supposed to show. Because the point of the Schrodinger's cat example is that a cat cannot be alive and dead at the same time. And that's why the quantum instability thing is difficult and stupid in how some people were using it. Because it only functions within that very small quantum state and only as a mathematical thing. That's what reality versus mathematics simulations of reality are, how they're not always all one and the same. Okay, the broth is gone, but there's still coffee. Excellent. A radioactive poison vial that has hit its half-life determines the fate of a cat. Yeah, but because there is a detector, and because of the quantum state of the particle from the radioactive material in a mathematical simulation exists in both in 2 places at once, but until we measure it, we don't really know, right? That is why the sensor it can simultaneously in this simulation detect and not detect the particle, which means the machine that is reacting to the sensor here is breaking and not breaking the poison vial to kill the cat at the same time. So the cat is therefore both alive and dead at the same time. The cat knows where it is as it knows where it is not, and by subtracting where it is. That's very true. But also, the cat, in this example, ultimately is most likely a relatively happy cat, because the cat is in fact in a box, which cats have proven through history worldwide is the optimal place for a cat to exist by its choice. Forced into a box, it might not be that happy, but if the cat has found a box, then the cat will apply itself to box. And cat plus free will plus box equals a happy cat. Call ASPCA on Schrodinger. Yeah? I don't think they can help him too much. I do believe he has passed. But that is because he was using that example to point out why the problem in that mathematical simulation of because the cat cannot be both alive and dead. And also the whole instability, you can't know the exact state and position of a certain thing is also kind of weird, because in the end isn't it, if I've understood it correctly, the core of the problem is that to know where something is, we need to measure it. Now, how do we measure subatomic particles? Well, we hit them with other subatomic particles. So if we hit it with a photon, you know what you done? You moved it. So measuring it will move it and determine where it is. Because before that, it's kind of somewhere here and it's doing its thing. But if we hit the photon with another photon, my God, it moves. Things happen. Energy has been applied, has been interchanged between these particles, and therefore now we're measuring. No, we know exactly where it was when that photon hit it. Before that, we know it's somewhere here because we cannot know, because we cannot measure, because to measure is to affect. Kind of thing. Superposition, yeah. Really smart rulers. And again, oversimplification, but that is pretty much how I've understood how the core of the problem, if you dumb it down enough. is, to measure is to affect, and therefore we cannot know the exact position, speed, and so on with small enough things. Remove the math, add enough just farmer logic, to explanation, and you get close enough to an acceptable truth. And that's what's funny with something sci-fi. They take this concept and they just go just nuts in a completely different direction. Oh my god, everything exists in so many places at the same time. It's like, no. Except for maybe electrons. Electrons are weird. Because there is a very valid theory that no one can disprove, by Richard Feynman himself, that there in fact exists a single electron in all of reality. Only one, and everyone shares it. Because that electron is in fact traveling back and forth through time. So the same electron in every place. And that's why electrons aren't as we think of as physical objects in the space, but they have a field of existence. They're kind of inside. And again, the subatomic quantum particles, they're weird. I'll explain the double slit quantum eraser experiment. No, same one, If you don't hit the photons, they go one way. If they hit the photons with another photon, they change direction. My god! It's almost like hitting balls with balls. Makes those balls move. Applying an energy to a flow changes that flow. Jesus Christ. My god, how could that work? Because everyone always focuses on the terminology used of observing. But yeah, to observe is to measure, and to measure is to affect. It behaves like a wave until you go to measure it when it becomes a particle. Yeah, now explain the entangled particles. Entangled particles, that's most likely a multidimensional, it's a higher dimensional problem, isn't it? Because, they're most likely becoming similar things, just, again, measured across what distance. We'll be using three-dimensional space and so forth. So, and as you can see with higher dimensional mathematics and so forth, which we know works because we use it in stuff. Distances in higher dimensions can be very different. And of course, with any of these entangled particles and spooky action over distance and so on, is because we're still researching. It's always funny when people think oh, how can scientists explain these things and everything? And it's like, do you realize it's not even 100? Well, actually, it is now 100 years. It's about 100 years ago since we took flight for the first time, isn't it? And then within 50 years, 60 years of that, we got to the moon. It's like modern science is baby steps, is how far we've gotten. And we keep on getting faster and doing new cool things. Of course, it's all kind of corrupted in a way right now because in a way, the loss of royalty and the rise of oligarchies and businesses means the interests of financing science has changed. So now now the moon isn't that cool anymore. Now it's all about make better things for making money, make more aggressive social algorithms and shit. Not actually, that one's weirder. Affects time. Yeah, but time and space is kind of space-time is a thing, and space and time cannot be separated. They are the same one. It's I think it was Einstein who suggested this, that gravity doesn't exist as a force. Gravity is actually the warping of space-time, in the sense that when things have enough mass, they warp space-time. We know this because when you're in a gravity well, time moves different. Just you have to go, it's enough to go in an airplane. You don't even have to go to space, and you'll be moving faster through time than you would be down on the ground. So the idea was gravity might be the fact that, if think of a string and it goes across a gravitational field from one point to the higher gravity, lower gravity, closer to the point, further from the point. Now this point that is closer to the gravity well will move through time slower. So if it goes forward, it will actually bend. Because this part will, in the same time, go further to the front than this one, and therefore you have a curve in motion, and that would be one way to explain how gravity works. I love when people realize for the first time that gravity isn't magnets. who the fuck would ever think gravity is magnets? Magnets are way stronger than gravity. Gravity is insanely weak. There's an entire planet pulling on me right now, and I can defeat it with my weak flabby arm by lifting it. Look, my shoulder defeats all of the planet Earth. Look at it. I'm so strong, I can defeat all of Earth's gravity. Just like that. Now, if you had a magnet that size, I wouldn't exist. I'd be smooshed so insane amounts. And it's mass. All mass in the universe attracts to other masses. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, there's so much we don't know. And that is why it's always funny to people. How can scientists not know this? Everything should be explained. I mean, we don't even know what's in the bottom of the freaking ocean yet. You know? It's real. We don't know. We haven't gone there. It's very difficult. It's easier to go to space than the bottom of the Mariana Trench. And science is so young, and there's so much we know that is wrong. And all real scientists know this. You know, I hate it when people say, like, "Oh, there was a study done and it proved something," and it's like, that's not how it works, my friend. No, a study might imply that this looks interesting. You know what this means? It means we need more studies. And once enough studies, then that's enough. Okay, this looks like they will correlate. So now we can come up with a theory that this is where it might work, which means we need to do more experimentation. There are no facts. The only facts we know that are actual facts are mathematical, pretty much. Everything else is our closest approximation based on the information we have. But outside of like some mathematical equations that we know, which we can sort of like to act. We know 1 + 1 is 2. That is 100% fact, you know? We know we can come up with the imaginary numbers to make weird shit happen, and there's certain other equations that we know for a fact. Everything else is just best guess so far. And that is the way it's supposed to be. And people say, like, "Oh, this is the fact." I'm like, it's our best guess so far, you know? We don't even know how humans work, man. We don't even know how food works. And we eat stuff, we poop stuff, we remain alive, but there's still a lot of disagreement on like how exactly that thing functions. And science is the only discipline where you're trying to prove the thesis wrong, which is why everything is a theory. Yes, and everything must be a theory and will be a theory. There should never be any hard scientific facts outside of like mathematics, because you can, and even they could be wrong eventually, yeah. But like very like low level science, because everything else is a simulation of reality and based on that one. So we must keep on going. Just like, excuse me, while I study some snacks in the kitchen. Oh, yep, no worries, make them up and kitchen snacks. You know, doing your own your own amateur science is very important. Do your own experimentation as long as it's safe. And experimenting with snacks is a-okay. Actually, you literally can do some experimenting with snacks if you want to. You need some time and a few tools. The easiest one would be, for example, a blood glucose meter. And then you can use that to just check how, what kind of foods really increase your glucose at different times. You know, what some people have to do to, figure out what kind of like diets are safe for them and so on. And then people on YouTube saying, often only reveals more questions. Science is almost completely theory. Yeah, no, it's not. Science is a method. The scientific method is quite literally fuck around, find out, document. It's messing around, seeing what happens, and write down what happened, and then you can use that to figure out, can I predict what'll happen next time I fuck around? And then you make a prediction, and then you fuck around, you find out, and you document, and you compare, and oh my god, you might have been right, you might have been wrong, and if you're right, then you need to figure out, why were you right? Hey there, Turning Cog. Hope you're doing well. Step 4, compare notes. Exactly, yeah. Fuck around, find out, document, compare notes. That is the scientific method. Alright, glad to hear it. Now what the hell was I supposed to do here? Yes, the tag. Easily distracted. Very real. How goes the adventure? Well, slowly but surely, this year I started a new challenge, which was I'm going to do 2 hours of game dev at a minimum every day. and start a long-term game project. I've been doing a lot of like small game jams last year. Almost every week, I did one. There's the weekly one, and now we're gonna focus on a proper longer one. And we want to do a Vampire Survivors-like game where it's top-down shooter, relatively simple. But the core mechanic is I want to have a sort of spell circle where the player might unlock more complicated spell circles and the runes and so on, and you build your own spell. So it's kind of like closer to Brotato in that you sort of do your build between runs so far, and then mid-run things might happen and so on, and you collect resources. But instead of having this like randomized list of weapons or upgrades to buy from, you have your lists, and it's more of a engineering task of like, okay, you have a power source, filtration, projection forms, and so on. Are you making a bolt or a beam or an AoE and so forth? And I think that could be an interesting thing to build. Hopefully it'll be an interesting game to play. And the goal is by the end of the year to have something I can publish for money. And even if it's only early access, the hope is to get it on Steam, but I will accept putting it on itch.io. Will there be a player home between runs or just a menu? Well, Turning Cog, I don't know yet. A player home could be fun, but for now it'll be a menu. We'll add the menu to the must-haves and a sort of base structure for the nice-to-haves. Now, considering the fact that I want to have these procedurally generated maps and procedurally generated enemies, or at least enemy types of certain, so we can have like the map has, so you choose an area where you go for your adventure, and in that area you might have more like fire elementals and like earth, like it's a volcanic area, so there'll be a fire, earth, so forth, might be some air. If you're using the four classical elements, we'll hopefully make that one more complicated. And that way, what engine are you building this in? Godot! As you can see here, we see on there, the lower right, you might see it. 4.3, so it's an older Godot, so it needs to upgrade at some point. But that is the base concept. I'm assuming it'll be a very simple game. I'm not expecting to sell this for many, tens of bucks. I'm hoping for that $2 to $5 game. And we'll see how that goes. And after we're done, well, then we'll start the next one. Now, this is more like just because this sort of runic circle and crafting your own weapon kind of structure is something that's been stuck in my head for a long time, so I need to get it out of my head. We need to make this game work. And we are on day, 3? So. And so on. And we might, because Sundays were traditionally the weekly minigame jam. I'm not sure if we'll keep up with those. I kind of want to, but kind of don't. So we'll see. If nothing else, on Sundays, we'll try to do longer, more than just 2 hours. Maybe we'll have full days. Best luck to you. That sounds pretty neat. Thank you, Turning Code. Yeah, and the idea is to play this now to keep on going for a minimum of 1 more hour and 5 minutes. And then once shit's stabilized, then we'll switch on over to Stationeers and continue a run there and see if we have to do some coding there as well. But yeah, so this is the idea here. So we were looking at the elemental power class GD. Where did I open it? There. So we're trying to figure out, so if we make our own resource, we call it the elemental power resource here. And we can make it take longer, but continue to trigger your ADHD. You absolutely can, no hypocrisy. But that's the thing. I mean, it's the same as working in an office, isn't it? Sometimes your coworkers will bother you, sometimes they won't. But feel free to trigger my ADHD. I like talking. And I like talking with all of you. Plus, the whole getting lost in discussions is the way I find that I often then find myself getting new ideas as well. So I welcome it. And like I said, we do a minimum of 2 hours here on stream. I might most likely we'll end up doing stuff off stream as well. And like I said, sometimes it will be on like heavy roll, and we might end up having a full day of nothing but game dev. Maybe we'll have dedicated game dev days too. Who knows? Yeah, I already put the Stationeers in the title, so we're doing that today. But I was thinking I might have to put up a vote soon for what more games should we add to the repertoire, because I did finally get myself that copy of Workers and Resources that people had that was suggested. I also have Void Stranger, which would be fun to play. It being a sort of a fun puzzle game. Ooh, would you look at that? Game Stockholm with a heckin' 15 stream streak. Thank you very much, friend. I really do appreciate it. Hope you have a good morning. And Tintin, good coffee. Now, the Master Lurker is here once again. Well, thank you. Well, you know what they say, there is one absolute truth in Twitch, and I think on YouTube as well. Lurkers make the streaming go around. You know, chatters are fun, they'll engage the streamer, and if you want to talk to us, that it is most welcome. If you don't, if you just want to hang out and watch or keep me in the background and so forth, that is also more than welcome and absolutely fantastic. I know Brooksy asking on the YouTube, what kind of game are you looking for? I'm like, I don't know. I'm looking to play games in my library. Let's put it that way. I have games I own. I've never started. I have games I have started but never finished. I have games I desperately want to start, but I'm afraid of how hard I'll lose myself in it. I'm looking at you, Red Dead Redemption 2. It's been in there for years. I'm successfully avoiding spoilers pretty far. One of these days, I have to finally actually play it. I also need to finish Baldur's Gate 3. And I need to play through Cyberpunk 2077. I mentioned Heartspace Shipbreaker at one point, I believe. Yeah. I'm trying to hide her near, and the no inventory is a bit rough. Ooh. I don't think I've played Hide or Near, or the name sounds familiar. I'm gonna write that one down. I'll check it out. And I do believe I might have bought Heartspace Shipbreaker. No Hypocrisy mentioned that one on the YouTube side there, and yes. Then I saw Knopsor playing it, and I was like, oh yeah, this one. This one looks all neat, and it was on discount, and I still had a few buckaroons in the pocket, so I bought it. Shipbreaker's fun. Ooh, nice. I'll keep that one in mind, yeah. But Hide or Near sounds familiar. Ooh, and okay, I haven't bought it yet, but another one I would like to give a go is the Hide or Near has janky controls and no endgame. Alright. Doesn't mean it won't be a fun thing to stream, because janky controls sounds like it could be a big frustration for a streamer, and I know that can easily make, good entertainment. But there's the other one, the one with the Timberborn. I would like to give that one a go at some point. And I did buy games that came in a bundle, which, yeah, I bought Workers and Resources, and it came in a bundle with I think there's one with the similar city game where you have a moving city in a fantasy world that I can't remember the name of, but also Whiskerwood. And that one also looks very neat. Colony Sims under the cruel with mice and rats under the cruel oppression of the kitties with their what's the word? There's something, the noblesse oblige. Like jank controls, a struggle. Try demo for it. The train goes right. Oh. I'll have to have a look at that one. And I hate the fact that I saw Star Rapture here on Twitch. I want to play it, but I can't afford another time-probing rabbit hole. Oh, I saw everyone playing it. A bunch of streamers I follow were playing yesterday, and I'm like, I don't know what that is. But if they're playing it, and they're the kind of people who play games I also enjoy, like Dice's Sphere program, I do own that one as well. I played through it a long time ago, but that was before they added the hostile force into it. And another thing we also need to finish is freaking Factorio. Because, after the space update, I thought that was amazing, but I played that before I started streaming. I just made it to the ice planet, and then I started streaming, and then I thought, we're going to start a new save on stream, and then I never really got there. And Satisfactory is super fun, yeah. After 1.0 came out, I played it. I could be done one. The Victoria Dyson Sphere program and Sins of a Solar Empire, Empires of the Undergrowth. Oh man, yeah, exactly. So there's so many games, and many of those I already own, like Victoria Dyson Sphere program. I don't think I have. Yeah, Sins of a Solar Empire, Empires of the Undergrowth, Sun. The names are familiar, but I haven't played those. Satisfactory, I do own. We'll have to add I need to make a schedule again, like a proper one, and actually start to follow it, because Stationeers has been just eating my time lately. Oh, and also the whole game project taking longer because I get lost in talking with people is okay. That is why I thought we have a year to make a game. And the goal is to just get it to a state where it can be published. Early access is fine. It doesn't need to be finished. I just need to get it into a state where I would feel comfortable to, not just let people play it and test it, but, ask for money. But yeah, Satisfactory, Factorio, Dyson Sphere, they were all fun. And I love to Dyson Sphere would be fun to give it a go again because it has had a lot of updates since I last played it. Then there's the Factorio would be fun because, well, I never finished the space mode. Never got to the. Well, we'll have to have a goal of trying to get to the red planet. I think it was. Well, the final destination. And yeah, man, so many games, so much to play. And then there's the workers of resources. We'll have to can we fix communism? What the hell am I even doing here? What am I looking at? Right, this one. So total would not be in here. Total, I think, would be its own variable. Let's try to at least get something done today. So total would be its own variable. It will be a float. And it starts out at 0.0 when this thing is created. Now, we don't have this one here. Fire, air, earth, water. Opa, wrong one. Yeah, so the idea is that we would then be able to have our. We'll call that one just elemental power then. No, the entire thing is called the elemental power resource, so I guess you'd be elemental power. And we'll add an underscore in front, so because there are no actual private functions and variables in Godot, but there is a style guide. There's a way of writing things that would imply that this one should be a private one, which is add a underscore to the beginning. So this elemental power should never be called by anyone external. Essentially, none of these variables should be, not even total. We have here total power. So okay, this is me as you can see, just mucking about, how would we do this and so on. Hard, Captain Planet. And it's very true. Who knows? Maybe we'll add a funny sort of spell thing, because the idea is also to then have elemental interactions in the world. So if you make a spell that has, say, you do a fire and water spell that puts them both in the same attack into a bolt, and that is actually that would turn that into a steam attack. So that is the idea then too. That is why I want the elemental things to matter for them to function, and for the ultimate math of what comes out. So the player can design their own interesting things. We can make them have lightning attacks, but we could try to make electricity actually be really difficult. You can't actually aim electricity. Electricity goes where electricity wants. So if you combine it with a steam attack and an electrical attack, then the steam would be conducting the electricity where you want, and that is how you make that attack. So that is the thing of add all kinds of stuff. Oh, welcome back from the ad. Man, I need to add a sound alarm or something, so I'll notice when there's ads, because I keep on talking, and I know it's unfair because some people will be stuck in ads. So Noita, exactly, yes, Turnikog. Noita ones are very much Noita is a very strong inspiration for this idea. Hey there, Bluebells. Jag feliciterar med affiliate-jubileum. Wonderful, thank you. Currently on 60 stream streak, holy butt nuggets. Thank you very much for that. Jesus, 2 months. Thank you for coming by so often. Thank you for enjoying the content. And I hope you're having a wonderful and beautiful and lovely day, my friend. And thank you for the congratulations. No ads on me, stuck at Twitch. Well, no hypocrisy. That is, for now. Eventually, we'll reach the state where hopefully, we'll get monetized on YouTube as well. And then while Twitch gets scheduled ads, YouTube does what YouTube does. It goes hey, you know what, ads? Just, because. Of course. Thank you, my pleasure. Wonderful blue belt. I hope you have a wonderful day, my friend. Good old classic YouTube versus Twitch shenanigans in the chat already. Suck it, Twitch. Love it. No. But okay, so we have the elemental power, which we will currently have in a dictionary. Will work fine. Because internally because we're doing these as private variables, so hopefully it won't take much to add and change things here internally, because the external interaction with this should only go through functions. Like we have their calculate total, which now has just a void, which should in fact have a return float. And we have here, and we do return underscore total. And underscore total. There we go. So now it calculates that value, puts inside total, then returns total. So in fact, to calculate total. In fact, let's do. We're gonna be removing a bunch of these. So we're gonna write down a bunch of nonsense, which is how I do things. I build something really messy that works well enough, and then I start pruning. Then I cut off all the excess and try to streamline it till it becomes something straight up logical. That's how I like to do things myself. So now we have a calculate total. Well, then we'll have as a getter, we'll have get total, which has no inputs and outputs a float. We could even have this one. There we go. Calls calculate total first to make sure that the total is the best value currently. Not all code paths return a value. That's very true. So you should no longer. In fact, this one, it doesn't return anything. It just calculates these values together. And I was thinking you should have these individual value variables or the dictionary. Now, I do believe that we can use a for loop in Godot for going through a dictionary. So if we do, we could do underscore total. And we assign the value 0. Then we go into a for loop, and we've for lm in underscore elemental power lm plus equals underscore total plus equals. And plus equals is a lovely thing in coding, because this is an example of how we can skip writing a single word, essentially, because plus equals is the same as writing underscore total, and we assign it the value of underscore total plus lm. So if you're ever wondering why there's things like plus equals, minus equals, and times equals, it is because it saves us a word pretty much, because total equals total plus lm. Because equals does not mean equals. In coding, equals mean assign value into variable, registry, whatever. Variable in this case. So put this means total equals 0. Makes sense still logically for us, but technically it's not like the equal, because equal is what we usually in coding you would use to define a comparison. Where we compare, does A equal B? And those are that's two equal signs next to each other. And someone's also wondering how I can make arrows and so on. It is because of the font I use, which is pretty much designed for coding. Because this one isn't actually an arrow, but a space there. It is the, what is this? It's not the hyphen? No. Is that a hyphen? I can't remember what these are called. So, see, it's line in the middle and greater than. Combine those and it automatically turns that into an arrow. Can't right now. I think it's called Fira code, F-I-R-O. The language, the font I'm using. You can get it from your Google Fonts wherever. And I've really enjoyed it. Hyphen is, thank you, Gunatank. I thought it was a hyphen, but I wasn't entirely certain, and therefore, I was expressing my confusion. So yeah, so if you're in case someone is wondering how I'm getting those symbols up there. Because I remember I saw someone using this one, and I was like just blown away. I'm like, that's amazing. How do I get that one? And then, then they told me. Vera code. Lovely font, completely free. And I forget the technical terms for it, because there are technical terms for what happens when you combine letters into one. Which is how, for example, because if we do, say, not tilde, fucking forget the frack. Okay. There we go. Like an umlaut. You click umlaut O, so it's technically, it combines those in the logic kind of thing. I mean, okay, that's the it's an actual freaking letter in this case. But anyway, I guess a better example would be those like horror texts where they add all kind of weirdness coming up and down. Because they add like accents on accents on accents on accents on accents essentially, and then you make this interesting stuff happen. So that is the logic being used these, and there's an actual word for it, but I forget. But okay, so if we do here, so now this one, that's fuck all. Because yeah, we came to the conclusion while writing out and thinking of how do we want to build this resource file, which will be the basics for just carrying the elemental information. Is we don't want to have separate variables, because that'll make it all tricky in many ways. So we're going to get rid of all of that. And now we have a dictionary that, regardless of its size, should be completely functional in this math. In calculate total, we just want to make sure first that we start with 0, and then we plus everything together. We go through each element in turn, plus them together, so currently it would still return a nice 0. And make that a 0.0 because it is a float. It would automatically cast it, but every single cast is one more task for the machine. So even those times, that's why I like casting things in advance. It's just, I'm just so paranoid about resource. So like Vietnamese accent. Exactly, yeah. For example, Vietnamese accents, the French ones and so on. And then there's other languages. I think Arabic has accents and so on, where you can like combine many. And that is and then you combine the accents for multiple languages. And that is how they make the font for that many people use in doing a sort of horror theme text. It's where there are things like there's these symbols that keep on like going outside the text line. It's because it's adding accents on accents kind of thing. So here we have now the get total, calculate total. But we wanted it to be able to filter something, right? So we do func, and we do get underscore get filtered. And we give it a filter, and we output a elemental power resource. So we start with making a new variable, which is new underscore lm underscore res. Typecast it elemental power resource equals. Actually, for this one, no. I was about to do a, because similarly how we could do a plus equals here, we can also combine the colon that we're using to cast it and the assignment, because this means it will be cast into whatever is assigned into, but I'm trying to maintain my own stuff. String can phones in a horror movie? What? String can phones? Oh, because I can't do it, but there's text in like written horror or nowadays, online at least, sorry, and where you have, say, text, and then there's all these like accents. I can't do this like this one. Like going above and below the text, that word, to add a sort of like eldritch horror kind of thing, where the word looks sort of corrupted kind of thing. And that is actually where they're just mucking about with accents from other languages. Okay, we're gonna do it like this for now. And in the end, we return new LMRS. Then we have the get filtered. We create a new one, we return it. But to create the new one, ASCII BS. That as well. So some, I guess, do that one. I don't think it's not ASCII though. ASCII is too old. It can't do that. It's the number 5. Like ASCII is the old American icons. ASCII is the old system. The modern font system can do a lot more than just ASCII, and that is the one that allows for those nonsense to have that nonsense to happen. It's kind of neat in many ways. Okay. We still have like 43 minutes. It'll be okay. If nothing else, we'll hopefully get this thing kind of sorted. And we want to get our filtered information. We're giving a filter. ASCII is computers. ASCII is a way. Yes, it is in computers, but ASCII is specifically a way to handle fonts, and it's technically still in use in the sense that the current font system is ASCII plus the rest. Because ASCII beneath the surface is numbers. You know, like number 12 something is like a letter. It's a digital representation of letters and symbols. Yeah, it is the digital representation of letters in strings. Because when we print a value, we print a string. Now, for the computer, this is not a letter. This is, in fact, a number. This is a series of bits, and bits are numbers. Now, if we look at maybe it'll be easier if we do it this way. We go here. God damn you, fuck. I want to get a freaking ASCII thing, so now I need to like click on my consent defenders. No to everything. There we go. So here we see a global ASCII list. So here we see like the hexadecimal, the octadecimal, the binary, and the symbol would be either null, SOS, XTX. So these are for null character. This is start of heading, start of text, end of transmission, and this is just the ASCII control table. These are from 0 to 31, which are these, like I said, the control table. Then we have the next one, printable characters from 32 to 127. And here we have characters we can print. So here we go. So the letter 0 is actually the number 48 in binary. That translates, if we turn it into a printable like string information, we give it the number 48 and you will print out the 0. Because an actual 0 here is a null character, which means null, nothing. And it's reserved for that one. And all the way to numbers to 57 being 9 and so on. And that is how a string is built. Then we have the capitalized letters and then the lowercase letters. So this is ASCII. Now the extended ASCII codes, so on, they've been added some more stuff here, or more extra symbols for more modern stuff, including from some letters from other languages. And these still exist, as far as I know, in the the computers can still handle ASCII, but most things that can handle strings and print stuff are using a more modern Unicode. Thank you, Gonna Tank. And hello there, Ganners Lad VTech. Hello, Johnny. How you doing there, Ganners Lad VTech? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, the ASCII is just this table of numbers to symbols, essentially, which is used in computers and so on. And it is the old one. The new one is Unicode. And I'm not gonna search that one out. But Unicode is essentially the same system, but it has much more. I think they just added essentially that more bits per letter, so that you can carry information for even more alphabets. Because the ASCII is problematic in the sense that not all of the world does not use the Roman letters. So the modern font systems handles the Roman letters. It can handle all the accents and umlauts and things, like as a Finn, we have O, A, Ö. We use those, and then we have Chinese, Vietnamese, or Arabic, so forth. There's multiple Cyrillic. So nowadays, because they all need to fit in the same system, because we can't have multiple systems and always changing in between them. You had one that carries all the languages, all the letters, And the way they did it, they still have some space left over, and that is why nowadays emojis are everywhere, because they can, well, let's put emojis in there. Like, cool, let's do it. Let's shove in more emojis. And that is how, when they like create a new emoji, most systems can kind of immediately handle it, because they all share the same Unicode system beneath the surface there. Unicode is just an extended adaptation of ASCII. Well, yeah, pretty much. ASCII was 8-bit, Unicode is 16-bit, if I remember. Yeah, see, adding that, doubling the amount of bits means you have a large amount of space. Yeah. Random rants again. Okay, back to what the hell was I doing? Oh, right, we're trying to figure out how do we filter this thing. Now, I would like to typecast the filter we get, but we don't know in what form it will come. Like, should a filter be only... Okay, let's assume we get the filtration filter into information currently also as a dictionary. Which would make sense, because it'll essentially be a simplified version, because it doesn't need to have everything it doesn't look at. It needs to have which elements are we filtering out, at what efficiency, and what do we do with the rest. Okay, what to distract with next? No hypocrisy at all there on the YouTube side. Yeah? I don't mind. I'm having a good time. I hope you're having a good time as well. So anyway, yeah, so we have in this one. And now we're going to go look through the elemental power dictionary and filter stuff out. We're approaching a point where I think an array might be better, unless I can also navigate through a dictionary using an integer. I can't remember if that's the thing. I always like, dictionaries, funnily enough, are still relatively new, actually quite new to me. Dictionaries can contain more complex data. Dictionary contain different types of keys and values. Cool. The keys for a dictionary can be iterated with the for keyword. For fruit in groceries. Yeah. No, see, yeah, perfect. We can make it work easy enough, because I was thinking like, but they'll be equally the same size. But wouldn't I just say before that the dictionary we get in for the filter will not be the same as the new element? So, what we need to do, at least not a MIP stack. Hey, I mean, stacks are stacks. Stacks, it's just literally, a stack. I like that there's the whole moving stuff around in stacks is not only often a coding challenge when you start to learn to understand the logic of stacks, but also I've encountered in many games they're using that same puzzle, and there's a physical object as well, where you have like two sticks, and like discs of different size, and the idea is how do you like move one from the middle to the other side. And then there's rules of how they can move. Well, you need 3 usually. But yeah. The wildest thing to me is doing a switch between what's in value A and value B without using a third value to temporarily store that one. And that can be done using bit magic. And I keep on like reading about it, then thinking I need to write this down because I need to build me one of these functions just because it's fun, and then I never do, and I always forget about it. But I know it exists, and it's one of those bit magics with the and/or kind of things where you can do deep, dark, twisted magic to mush 2 numbers together and then separate them again, and they have switched switch places. I still don't fully understand how the friggity frack that's supposed to be possible, but it works. Because usually, if you want to switch what is in A and B, well, first you have to copy A into C, then you put B inside A, now you have BB, and then whatever is in C goes inside B. There you go, and now A and B have switched places, but you needed that C to temporarily hold that piece. And or Star Wars. The bit wars have begun. Now, there we go. Hydrate, more coffee, more caffeine, get more hyped up. It's the only way to go. Alright. So what we're gonna pour through actually here, we do 4 filter in
Happy affiliate anniversary. Party hat Ratmos Yippee.
Well, hello there, Ratmos, and thank you very much for the congratulations once again. Ha! Lovely, isn't it? To think it's been a year. Feels weird that I've been here for a year and people keep on turning up. It's very lovely. Thank you, everyone. I really, really do appreciate it. And I hope you're doing well, Ratmos. Hope you had a good time in Hell Divers. Hope the hells weren't too horrifying and democracy was spread well. And okay, so for the filter in underscore elemental power. No. Silly. Me in the filter dict. We do something. Now for every value there we need to check, does that value exist inside our elemental power? So we do for lm in underscore elemental power. So for every filter we need to go through the entire list because silliness. Ooh, there were some bugs giving us a hard time, but we were ultimately victorious. Ooh, nice. So you also had a nice session of debugging, if you will. Well done. Democracy. Boo, long live the Republic. Gonna switch that up and have some tea. This one's a decaf. Nice one. Okay, for every then element inside elemental power, we want to know whether they share keys. Now, how do we compare keys? Because we just compare filter to lm. I do believe we look at the values and not the keys. So we have to look at the dictionaries one more time. Creating a dictionary, another key name, value reference it corresponding key. In the above example, points dict white will return 50. You can also points dict white with its equivalent. However, you'll just use bracket syntax if you're accessing the dictionary, which isn't a mixed string. Okay. Now that's even better, because that means we don't need the for loop through the entire thing. We just call it directly. We just for loop from the filtering dictionary, as long as we can get the keys from there, and we use its key to find from this dictionary the appropriate key. Yeah. Also write points.dict.white, which is equivalent. You'll have to use the bracket syntax if the key you're accessing the dictionary with isn't a fixed string, such as number or variable, which it isn't, so we have to use this one. If we can figure out how do we get the keys. The points will be assigned value paired with the appropriate color by color. Dictionaries can more complex data. Different type of keys values. Keys. A dictionary can be iterated with a for keyword. Nice, dictionary always passed. We get for fruit in groceries, var amount equals groceries fruit. Okay, so this will be the key value. Okay, wonderful. Okay, so the entire thing we did here wouldn't work at all for LM in, LM power, elemental power. So this one should be copy, paste, and we add the the brackets. See, that would make more sense. And yeah, that was just a silly example. There we go. So now we know that we don't need this one at all, because filter would now be whatever we found in is the first key value in our filter dictionary. Isn't fixed, huh? So then we'll need or I'll call it temper now because I have no idea what we're gonna put in here. All I know is I need a bucket to hold a number. What is that number? That number could be how should the filtration numbers be? So the filtering has its efficiency. So the efficiency should be a value between 0 and 1. So the temp value of our temporary element here will be a float. So now we can cast that as a float because we know it. The way I was doing there would work absolutely fine, but I want to try to somehow maintain my own sort of style guide, if you will. And I want like distinct, visually clear castings. So the float equals underscore elemental power filter. We'll actually see if we can make it even more clear. Filter LM underscore LM. So the filter filtered the dictionary itself. From there, we every element we go through, and so the var temp float equals elemental power filter LM multiplied by filter dict filter LM. So now if the filter will have a dictionary of which elements we're filtering out from our current list here, and then it has how efficient is the filter for that specific element, and that will be a value between 0 and 1, so a percentage effectively. Then we take the current value of the elemental power in our dictionary for this power resource, and we multiply that by the efficiency of the filter. This way, even if the elemental array here has nothing in it, or doesn't have that particular element, the math will still work. It'll just output a 0, so that's a-okay. I've grown to really like this song because I think it's so stupid. Because I don't know what they're supposed to be singing. Maybe I have interpreted correctly, but all I hear is I don't wanna. And it's like yeah. It's like this is the whining song. Okay. So the filter dict will have the dictionary, new LMRS. We'll make a new one of these, which will be returning, because we have we've filtered out. Temp underscore lem underscore value. Again, I like naming things. I like trying to name things as directly as possible, because I get easily distracted, and eventually I'll be reading through this code once more, and if it's not really clearly named, I'll have to spend time to read through the code to figure out what the friggity frack is this thing doing. If it's all really well named, all the variables and functions, at least logically enough named, it'll be much easier to figure out what the friggity frack it is doing. Now we have the new value, that is the filtered output. So now the new LMRES, new element resource, so this one has some shortenings because the names are getting long, but it's okay. And now we need a function for setting values, which means we're going to do it here. We do func set underscore element input of new underscore new element output void for now. Now we can probably have to turn a lot of these with no output things into actually having an output, but that being a boolean or for a true or a false, so we can just follow whether or not it succeeded. Now in case if something goes wrong, return a false, and then we'll have to have an entire error system. So now we have new elements in some form. Now it'll be a float. We kind of want the... How do we do this, actually? How do we identify which element is happening in a list where we're not sure what all elements exist? And we could give it a dictionary, for example. So what is the input here? Here's another dictionary, which holds a single thing. So then we'll have a key and key value pair. And then underscore elemental power something. So we have the addition. Do I need to use a for? Or is there another way to get the key directly? The keys of a dictionary can be iterated with a for keyword. Wonderful. I would like to just find key. Get or add. None of these have an output. Oh, here we go. This is duplicate, bool, variant, bool, int, bool, array, dictionary, bool, int, array. Merged. Array keys is read-only variant. Get key variant default variant. Find key. Well, feels a little silly, but we can do it. For now, like this. Okay, so then I guess we do for new lm in new underscore element underscore dict the dictionary, then elemental power, then within brackets new underscore lm has the value of new element dictionary new underscore element. So that's all it does. If there's nothing in there, it won't do anything. For this, it'll probably give us a massive error if they don't exist in both places. And it has a void. It just does it for itself. Okay, wonderful. So then we could give it a larger dictionary, pretty much, of all the things we've changed here. We'll look into that option at a later point in time. Right now, let's just see if we can get this bastard to work. So new lmres dot set element, and we give it a dictionary with filter lm and temp lm value. So now this gets a key value pair, where the key is the filter lm here, which we use here to get it all fixed, and the temp lm value. And then we do func, because we want these things to be... Oh wait, no, we don't need a function for this one. We could, if this is happening inside this list, so it will be doing it to itself. So for now, what we need to do is underscore elemental power within brackets, filter lm minus equals the temp element value. So we remove what we just filtered from the value in here. So this is going through the actual elements. Then we'll have to have a value then that just removes shit from everything, which we can do through a, well, something that will deal with the total. And will the filter have something for that? That's something we can add later. We'll have a little clickety-clackety here. We comment, a big old nice to-do. Add a logic to remove power from all elements. Per an efficiency of filter. Move power. No, that makes no sense. It'll be transfer. To transfer power from all elements per efficiency of filter. Use total value question mark. Because if we filter everything and everything else, we should be dealing with. Yeah, well, that's to do. Right now, like I said, was yesterday and the day before, the very first filters we'll be making will most likely have an efficiency of 100% or something. We're not dealing with a general waste creation and so on. We'll add that later because I want them to be different efficiencies of nice one, Isaac. Add logic. Transfer power from all elements. Efficiency. Where's the oh. As the music starts going very and I don't know, it just tickles my brain wrong. Not a fan of that one. Okay, so for a basic filtration to just be able to test this, we have now this resource. We'll be creating two of these. First, we'll also then need to be able to, so now we have the set elements. So how does the power source actually create one of these? Shit. I know. With a function, we'll call it add unattuned. Magic for now. We'll have an input, we'll have a fuck all output. Input is total underscore unattuned. And what we do is we have a variable here for amount underscore amount, which equals, we'll probably remove this eventually, but for now, we'll cast this one. Well, this one could be an integer, but we'll keep it as a float. And we look at the dictionary again. So do we have length or no, not hash, size is what this one is called. Equals underscore elemental power dot size. Now apparently it's an int, so we can let it be an int. So now we know how many elements we have in this one. And total unattuned. Cast that one as a float. Now we know how many elements we have, so we can take the total unattuned or per underscore element float equals total unattuned divided by element amount. So now we know how many things each and every element needs, and then for lm in underscore elemental power underscore elemental power in brackets lm, so the element we're looking at, has the value of per underscore element. So now we just tell it, okay, you're gonna get X amount of magic, it's all unattuned, so just divide it equally. Yeah, it's a beautifully stupid solution, but it should work for our needs. And we can, and because that's what we need in the beginning. We need something that can at least work, and then we can add complexity and increase and keep on testing and see what works, what doesn't, what feels right, what doesn't, rather than trying to make something really complex to begin with and then test and then come to the conclusion, oh wait, it doesn't work. We wasted all that time. And then we could save time here, I guess. Well, we also would do var underscore total equals total unattuned. And now get total just returns total. Set element might be happening from somewhere else, but for now, yeah, and all of this needs to be organized, setters, getters, proper, operands and operators and whatnot. So this is just a resource file to have a slightly more complex dictionary/array system here. And I do feel that in the end, we'll have to define the elemental dictionary somewhere else. Now we'll add a init function here, which when it's initialized, when we create one of these elemental power resources, it will then create itself its own dictionary based on the array of possible elements in the game. Because we're gonna need those lists and those details somewhere else. We're probably gonna have to make a freaking global or whatever. Or just another resource file. Was it just element? Or a handler where we check, does element exist? Yes, no. Kind of shit. Or also like define these instead of in a dictionary. We could in fact have all of that inside an array, and they're defined as enums, which is a way of transforming a human readable string into just an integer, an enumeration thing. Because that way we can use the same enum in multiple places. And that'll always have the list of the elements in their correct positions, because they're listed as a number in that list. And if we have an array that we create with the elemental information, they'll always be in the correct places as well. Holy what negativity goddamn TKO boom, how are you doing, my friend? Welcome in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Happy affiliate anniversary, but thank you, boom. I appreciate it. That's very kind of you. Thank you, Chaz Baps, as well. Very kind of you as well. Hope you're all having a lovely day. How did it go over at Valheim? Did you kick my mama dragon's ass? Mordor has been slain. Ooh, well done. You murdered that mama. In case someone didn't know yet, Mordor is Swedish for mother. The dragons in Valheim are literally called mom and dad. But yeah, Mordor has been slain. Well done, TKO boom. Well done indeed. And welcome in, Raiders. Hi and hello. Those who don't know me, I'm Hanno, son of Hanno, variety streamer of who really likes survival crafters and automation games, and also, as you can see, occasionally an extremely amateur game developer. We recently started a new project for this year, which is let's try to make a game. And with a deadline of 1 year to get it to a state where we could hopefully ask for some money for it. Doesn't need to be completely finished, doesn't need to go 1.0, but to a sort of early access state. So we're doing it relatively simple, yet another Survivors-like, so more closer to Brotato in the leveling system. At which point do you adjust your character kind of thing. But the core technique, mechanic we're going for is like magical runic circles kind of thing. Like you're a wizard, you're doing your magic. And between the levels, you design your own magic by having putting runes of different types in a certain order, and then having an if this then that sort of logic create your final attack. For those who played Noita, similar to that, but Noita also has these where you're essentially doing an if this then that, both with pre-made spells, and I want to do it even more granular where you're making the spell itself, like you determine what is its elemental construction. Is it made of fire or ice or water? And does it, we can add modifier for speed and so on. And is it a bolt? Is it a beam? Is it an area of effect? That kind of stuff. I love me some wizards. Noise. Now, if you have an option, always be a wizard. Because magic is cool, Yeah, we added some to-do things, and yeah, today's thing was this, and I have been extremely distracted today, having a blast. We're kind of making some progress. Why is there a warning? Shadowed variable. The local variable underscore total is shadowing an already declared variable on line 4. What? On line 42. Ah, that's very true. We do. There we go. We're not declaring a new total, we'll put in the total line to it in the existing total. So, there we go. I think I made now a sort of glued together resource structure that should kind of work for, because we're going to start with your basic your classic 4 elements. Fire, air, earth, water. The idea is to eventually then have, multiple elements, how they interact with each other, and so on and so forth. But we started the day before yesterday. The idea is to start every stream now for the foreseeable future with at least 2 hours of game dev in whatever form. Like yesterday, it was mostly writing stuff down on our wonderful
Party Hat Happy Affiliate Anniversary
game design document here, where we design what kind of logic structures. Started with this one today as well. Hey there, Lions Mane, how you doing? Happy affiliate anniversary to you as well, my friend. Hope you're having a good time. Hope Valheim went well for you as well. So we're doing the spells today. So this is sort of what we were thinking about today earlier. How would this thing work? Because I want the thing we're building now to function as well as possible, regardless of how we make changes in the future. Or to be more specific, a lot of the changes for the complexity of the underlying logic should be happening inside this resource. So we can just add or remove things from here, and it shouldn't affect how the spell state itself is too much. It shouldn't affect that one too much. And I think we have a beginning for your super simplistic 4-element structure here. And the idea is to then eventually Yeah, make it more complex. So this one is being used by things like this one. We need to go to circle. Oh, right. If we go here, we click save. Hopefully that should work. Now the circle base here is where the magic circle, which is the one that contains the runes. So we have the circle would manage the runes. The runes don't care about where they are, what they're doing. They just do what they're told. You give them information, they output information, and that's it. That way we'll have them like compartmentalized. And the circle also doesn't really care what's happening. It just, gives the information to the rune, gets output, and does the next one. And when everything's done, it calculates the cooldown, and it doesn't handle that one. It just also feeds that information back to whoever owns the circle. Hey Ugla, how you doing? Oh, 40 stream streak. Holy butt nuggets.
Congrats with the 1-year affiliate yesterday equals D.
Thank you, Ugla. No, apparently, yeah. Today was what it's supposed to be the correct day. But apparently already yesterday people could start congratulating me, so that was nice. Alliance man, it's today. Today, according to at least the Twitch, on the 7th is my affiliate anniversary. So apparently people could start congratulating me today as well. Yesterday already. A year with Hanu. Oh yeah, follow age and all that. I should probably make those at some point because I don't have the external like professional bots. So all my bots actually just nonsense that I clobbered together myself, and it's run by streamer bots. So I should just make those make those commands eventually. Okay, cooldown, float, delete. Yes, we came to that conclusion that we don't want that one to happen here. And they do it for 48 hours. Ooh, well, that's nice. Well, I did have access to the whole, giving people discounts again, so I activated that one for today. I thought, hey, that'll be cool. 10 hours of discounts again. I have a small amount of those left, and we should get rid of them. Because there's a limited amount, and it was a testing thing. We should be getting a new one every year, apparently. So I want to get rid of the old ones before, if they gave new ones, if they maintained that system. I quite liked it, giving the streamers a chance to make these sort of make their own discount events. I was trying to do it early in December already, but then they said like, nope, you can't do it now. I'm wondering like why, check the rules, and okay, if there's another event happening within like 48 hours or something, which was their Christmas sales. But okay, let's look at here. So we now have the elemental power resource slightly better figured out. The spell state currently has an array of those, which we probably don't need. Because here spell state as an array, we're trying to think of that one. Should we have unfiltered and filtered? I think the array would make sense. We'll always maintain the unfiltered one in place 0, and then we can add into slot 1 the filtered version, and that way the circle can handle that shit. Or should it be the other way around? Well, let's have a look see here. So the circle name string, default circle type 80, circle sprite string. Yeah, so this, sprites, whatnot, yeah. So this is this, exactly, yeah. So this one would then, because the circles and so on will have to have graphics for the UI eventually. Right now, I'm trying to learn how to use the resource mode or type within Godot, where we're not dealing with the nodes at all. Because currently the first thing I did was make a, draw a dude, make a little level, and make our most simple little testing area of game. But we have a dude, we can move it around, we have an aiming system that follows the mouse, and we click buttons, we do attack, pew pew. And this is the closest thing we have to enemy hit. And every attack has a 3-second timer, or should have 3 seconds. Let's see here. 3, 2, 1, 0. Oh well. I know it does delete itself because we have an attack container that contains all of those. And we'll look inside remote here, inside level. So this is the current active things in the game. Oh, that's not the game, that's the editor. And then we move, as I click here, we see there's, now it contains an attack. And eventually, the attack deletes itself. Just like if it hits the enemy, It recognizes that's an enemy, delete yourself, print out enemy hit. So this is our most simplistic basic. We can just move around. The good old polygons are fun to draw with.
Party Hat Haiva affiliate Wallsy Paiva.
Hey, thank you, Potato. Thank you. That was hilarious. Oh man. My affiliate versary. It is true. Yeah, that TTS cannot read Finnish. It tried. Wussipaiva. But it's funny because it read it, English with a strong English accent. American to be precise. Indeed. I guess we could try to feed that one into the Finnish TTS and see how she... but she'll just read it in Finnish well, won't she? She can handle it quite well. Now let's go back to what we were doing here. And I have to change into the game soon because we have the minimum of 2 hours now done. And yeah. So the power class here, dictionary, and this doesn't exist anymore. We have circle waste, we don't care about that. Rune containers can function as yet. Yeah, so the runes, once we create them as resources, would be kept in an array. The circle, which currently we just do have because we have a 3 system 1, so we would know how many runes it can contain. Spell state as an array. Music is mildly annoying, but that's okay. So when we do the function of activate circle for current rune in rune containers, okay, current rune do the thing, return, calculate, cooldown, spell state. So from the spell state, which would be an array of these, from that we will calculate the cooldown. Yeah, that makes sense, because then we have here calculate cooldowns, spell state array. And if we assume the filtered system will always be number 1, that means that calculate cooldown we'll have this as a variable. We don't need to have this as a variable, we can just return this math immediately, but we're going to make a variable for, again, to make things more visually clear rather than, min-maxing the amount of variables we have. We can make things sort of like try to min-max the efficiency and shit later when it works. Right now we just need to make it work and also be as easily logically readable as possible. Now the cooldown will be a float and it equals we do spell state and 0, so in the very first one, and we do get underscore total, which we built here. See, we have get total, return total. Heckin' wonderful. Which is a float, and a spell state is an array in position 0, which will be the very first one, which should be an elemental power resource. And we don't return 0.0, we return the cooldown. For whoever is activating the activate circle, they get returned a float, which is the cooldown in question, because we want the different, every spell circle to have a cooldown between attacks, and that is affected by how much waste your magic is essentially causing.
Affiliate anniversary.
Well, thank you, Vinsanti. I really do appreciate it. Hope you're having a most Vinsantinious day. Man, yeah, affiliate anniversary. To think, a year of this, and hopefully many years more, my friends. So current rune do the thing. We given spell state, which is the array for the resources. Now the very first one would be the rune that does the empowering. The next one does the filtering, and the third one should do outputting stuff. So in that way, with do the thing, which we're using here just as an example, it should kind of work. Huh. Yeah. Now if the circle ends up being a lot more simple, that'll be fine. Even better, actually. So So we're gonna change do the thing to activate underscore rune, because well, do the thing is apt, kind of funny. It felt a little too silly. Hey Lord Hannu, well hello there, hey Red Fogel. Hope you're doing well, my friend. And is this one right? Or is it another Twitch miscalculations? Oh, GN, good day to you, Hannu. This one is right. Yesterday was a little too early. Apparently, I heard there from Lionsman, who's also having his affiliate anniversary right now. It's for 48 hours. So they started yesterday a little early because, at least according to Twitch, giving me the dates like, hey, here's your affiliate anniversary. It'll be on the 7th, and I am currently existing in the 7th. There we go. Now, in theory, this should already kind of work. You know, we have a calculate cooldown, and then we let the runes do their things. Now, of course, it won't work because the runes do not exist yet. And I think I'll have to do that tomorrow, not working. Yeah, mine was on the 6th, and it started on the 5th, at 5 a.m. on the 5th. Oh! For me, it started at 2 p.m., which makes sense because I'm a GMT +2 time zone. So it started at when a part of the world entered the 7th. So I'm assuming that's why the timing is kind of weird. Happy anniversary. Well, thank you, Red Vogel. That's very kind of you. I appreciate it. Yeah, Lions Bane and Vincent, I think it's not much of a miscalculation. It's more of a Greenwich Mean Time kind of thing, because when the time zone 0 essentially, or +12, enters the 7th, that is when it starts letting people congratulate. Well, greetings to you, Oshag. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Hope you're having a lovely day indeed. Hello, everybody. Everybody. Starting early, eh? Yeah, okay. Glad to hear it. Yeah, that is correct. Hey, nice. It does seem that way, yeah. We're talking about time zones? We are, yeah, because we were just discussing with Lionsman, who also has his affiliate anniversary about now. Or technically yesterday, from my point of view. That the affiliate anniversary, the happy affiliate anniversary party hats, congratulations on Twitch, starts appearing in advance. And it seems to be when the first part of the world enters that correct date. So for me, it was yesterday at 2 p.m., which makes sense because I was, like I was saying, I exist in GMT +2, so Greenwich Mean Time. So after 2 p.m. is when the first time zones from at +12 enter the 7th. So it being a 48-hour window to congratulate someone makes sense, because that would be after 48 hours is when the last time zone leaves the correct date. Okay. So how about then we have the rune base here. Stands node. Nope. We do not want anything to do with nodes with these. Stands resource. Because now we have the elemental power resource in a way that it looks like it should work. We have the circle base. Yeah, okay, I like that one. Let's do that. It looks like kind of would already it's in the state that we can start putting in runes and see does the logic flow. We'll then have to add constructors, handling and all the other jazz at a later point in time, but we're at the point where we could try to figure out how the runes work. Now it is past 12. I've been at it for over 2 hours. In my head it was 36 hours. But I haven't actually thought about it properly. Ooh. Yeah, well, that'd be 48 because it's 24 plus 24, because, you know, the earliest time zone is 12 hours in advance, and the latest would be 12 hours behind. And, you know, with those two powers combined, that's already 24 hours. So you spin twice, and then, you know, and then they catch up. Don't worry about what's in my head. Zombie, yeah. In your head, zombie. I don't know. I can't actually sing. I know that'd be a fun skill to gain as well. Gotta learn them one day. Really, that is 48 hours. Good. But yeah, I think this is then for tomorrow. Because I think, yeah, I mean, we spent a lot of time talking shit, having good times, and now it is time to have me a little loo break, I think. And then I'll come back, and then it will be stationeering time. Yeah. The rune base will be the base class, because here's where we define what every rune type shares. Like, we don't need this one at all. That's meh. The rune type, which is currently here, here's a string. We do a hashtag. We do to and enum question mark, because we might have to then make another, like, you know, using globals or something to make, because I think globals are the ones that handle enums. We'll just, I don't make an enum manager or whatnot, resource manager, which would have access to all the resources and so on and so forth. Because enums need to be stored somewhere, and I want all these to share things. Unless, of course, well, actually, no one else really needs to care about the rune types except the rune itself. So we do internal question mark. So we define the rune types as enums, and then the rune base can have those types, and it'll be kind of easy, because then we type 1, 2, 3. Because I don't like using strings, because it's easy to accidentally mistype a string. If you've seen me write, yes, I make many mistakes. Using enum would allow it to always be one of those numbers, 1, 2, or 3, and then I don't have to go check which one was number 1, which was number 2, and so forth. Now, especially because we want to then eventually add more types, so we can just extend the enum. Yeah. Ooh, look at that 5-team streak. Nice. But everything's a string. For most things. I mean, here right now, yeah. But like I said, this is I just sketched out what kind of things would the basic thing need. We need a string for the default rune. For sprites, we actually do also need a string, to be honest. Because we give an empty one, and we had a comment here, and we do address to sprite location. Because it needs an address to where exactly does the sprite live for, so whoever is building the graphical representation of the rune itself would then ask it, so give me, where's that sprite of yours? Here's that sprite. Okay, cool. Now I can put that in our visual element, and now we have a visual representation of our rune. Then the name. We'll have to maybe consider doing initializers for building it and so forth. But that will be then. Yeah. So save. I need to add more scenes. But for now, we're gonna do this one. Hey, there we go. Now the BRB. Just so that, you know, nothing like pops up on the screen when I'm at the computer. Yeah. We got stuff done. Well done, team. And close those off. There we go. So, yeah, like the text says, I'll be right back. See you soon. Well, hello everyone. And hey there, Claiborne, how you doing? And thank you very much for the congratulations on the affiliate anniversary. Oh, to think, a year ago, I got, what was the limit, man? Like an average viewership of 2, like it feels so low now. But it was such a struggle to get there. And I did. Thanks to all of you. So thank you. Now, everything here is functional. Okay, first of all, we'll activate the Steam. We open this one. The ASCII table, which we don't need. Oh, ads are starting. Alright, cool. So the ads are running, nothing will be too much will be lost. Now what is this Star Rupture though? Star Rupture first person mobile based building game with advanced combat and oh, it's that one. Right. It's out? Oh, I'll look at that one. At the same time, I don't want to look at it because if I look at it and it seems too cool, I don't know if I could resist. And like we talked earlier, there's so many games that need to be played. It could have happened to a nicer guy. And thank you for the shout too. Hey, no work, Playboy. Of course, I got my. I should like at some point also have a closer look and see who is still missing. My streamer bot. I maintaining my Cool Cats Club, where the Autobot will try to detect their first words. And then give them a shout out. I should actually change it because currently it just tries to do a shout out, and it should actually add it to a queue so that if it fails the shout out, then it tries again when it can. But okay, so that was the new gaming Wayme. Oh shit! Yeah, then while I'm back, I freaking bought Oxygen not included as well. There's so many games, and Outer Wilds. I never played that one. That will have to be done in a marathon session of just Outer Wilds, I think, until we're done, because I understood enough about the game that it is a it's a unique one-time experience. So I don't want to dilute that one. But we're gonna change category to the Stationeers that I promised. Stationeries. Stationery. There we go. And we can remove that beginning on the Twitch side. Can't do shit on the YouTube side. Click that. Hopefully it actually went through. Then we click this. And I click that. Maybe we're gonna hang on to this music for a little while longer. And thank you, Claiborne, by the way. Calling me a nice guy. Oh, very kind of you. You yourself, a most wonderful, friendly individual, a wonderful streamer, a nice friend, and always lovely to hang out with. Now, I put in the title. It is the only title. So today, god dang, we need to finish that hacking solar panel array. We built it so much of it already. It requires so little to be finally finished. And then, spoon, tea bag there. Whoop, there we go. And then it'll be outpost time. And then what day are you on now? Ooh, sounds like a nice guy. Gotta be hashtag gay for clay. It's true. Hashtag gay for clay. Gotta keep that shit alive, yo. Gotta keep it going. Hashtag gay for clay for life. And the day is 300 something still. We'll see. Have we gotten a full year together yet? I don't think so, because I don't think I have the achievement. I think I would have noticed the pop-up. And I have no memory of such a thing. Loading things! $327. Okay, we can hang on to this music still for a little while. Oh yeah, and automating this one, because I want this room to be a Harvey room, like purely. But yeah, that is not now, that is then. Let's see. Matters are good, as there's some mouth farts to release. And unleash upon the world.
Party Hat, happy affiliate anniversary. He'll be the one to dance on your grave.
Why, thank you, Reaper. Hope you're having a good time, my friend. You've been getting hopefully some, good rest in good times. Now see, and our filter for carbon dioxide is at 67%. What all did we need for more of those? Because we do need them. Iron and constipation. We can. Alright, let's see here. There, now that's closed. And I wasn't making anything here, I was trying to sneak out the Constantin. This stellite? It is. Is there enough for a heavy? No, it's not a heavy. Large. Silicon, copper, steel. Well, the silicon is here. All I need is copper and steel, and I can make a few more of these. We need more of these, but that is a then kind of situation. Okay, I'm gonna have to alt tab out. The chill hopping music is once again very loud somehow. Where's my mixer? There you go. That feels better. Also got an appointment with a vet today. Oh, I hope that goes well, my friend. And have you considered what planet you would do next if you had died on this run, Hannu? Well, Neff, I'm thinking, well, we gotta up the ante, isn't it? So we gotta be Vulcan or something. Seriously happy anniversary. Hey, thank you, Reap. Thank you very much. It's been a good time. Would have made it without all of you wonderful people. All my fellow streamers. All the wonderful people in the audience. I'm having a blast. We need a little bit of iron there. Yes. The keen-eyed amongst you might notice that what I'm doing is in fact not building a solar power array. What is commonly known as fucking around. Alright, one guy's done. And the output sucks that shit back. A-okay. We do need... Well, need, I guess is a heavy word. Oh, by the way, what do we need for heavy? Steel, iron, stellite. We'll consider that. Yeah. We need to make some of those eventually, but for now, one or two more of these would be more than enough. Also, slowly wrapping my head around Stellaris, and that's a whole ordeal. Ooh, Stellaris, nice. I haven't played that in a while, but it's a fun game. I enjoyed it, and. You know, sure. 1 minute out there. You go out there. I do that. And that. Now, it's not that many, but we do need those basic chutes. Oh, wrong one. There in the green one. There we go. There we go. Now that can do that packaging when necessary. Can turn you off. You're not needed. Yeah. And have a small little thing. Oh, would you look at that? It's heckin' full. And a part of that is water ice. So I'm going to throw it in my water ice crusher. Temperature here is always getting a little... see here. So 74 is 0. 84 will be 10.
Hello there.
Still make it 0. 257, 274. Nice water. There we go. Well, hello there, Enthak. How you doing? Barking at the silence of space. Hello, no chat. So, that's done. And I clickety-clackety of the sorts. Alright, so now we have a large amount of gold coming in here. And some silver. Then eventually we get the last deep miner outpost, which will give us good old iron, silicone, and copper. And before we run, I do believe... oh, we can't drink because our food are... yeah, we ran out of bread. I need to make a new bread. And I need to go hunt, mine out like hectons of volatiles and shit and feed it to the steam machine for the Stirling engine. You're still doing okay. But my oxygen tank should now have 0 nitrogens, but so we'll still have that filter there, because why not? The code that is warning our helmet out of for incoming storms is also doing okay. Now, tell me, friend, can I sell you anything I might want to sell? I can sell you some fuel, I guess, and some solder, electrum. We'll make some electrum, because now we got like infinite gold and silver coming in. Steel frames, steel sheets, plastic sheets, cable coil. I don't think we need any of these. We have far too many of these normal pipes. Let's check, because we're building shit, so let's check in here. In this box, we have plastics. In this one, we have a little bit of steel sheets and one single frame. So we buy steel sheets and frames. 100. Yes. Frames, you got 75. Yes. And before I release you... no, that's 2 stacks. Let's do that. We save small amounts of stuff. Now we don't need you open. Do vend, yoink. Vend, yoink. Do vend, yoink. Quickly before they keep on wanting to bounce. Do vend, yoink. Whoa. Vend and yoink. Vend. And I do believe it should be... nope, it's not you. You got a collection of nonsense. You got a collection of nonsense. They should not be collections, these nonsenses. Wrong one. There you go. Now there should be just a couple of ingots in there. Heck, then the fuel we can... Oh. I'm thinking eventually we expand this way, and with this thing empty, we'll remove this tank, and we'll rebuild it for the larger landing pad. And then we'll have multiple portable connectors so we can just bring in these tanks from, wherever we want. Because it's handy having these in and out buttons, because as far as we know, the heckin' bastard, there you go. The landing pad can only contain a single type of gas or liquid at the same time. Okay. Okay, so music logic has reached a nan. We'll pause that one, and we'll put on what we usually go for. My good old game music. Collection of all the OSTs I own. I need to buy more of those. And if we have more OSTs, then we can build more, thematically fitting ones. Like, I think the Mars First Logistics is perfect for this game as well. I hope you're doing well, Anthak, by the way. I hope I greeted you. Yeah. Now, the idea is to have these outposts. Eventually, I'll come up with an unnecessarily convoluted system, but it needs to be done. And it needs to be unnecessarily convoluted because it seems like a fun thing to do, is have a sort of central power spine, which, as you can see at the top here, is the super heavy cable, that connects all of the outposts and the main base. And then using wireless transmitters, we'll have a sort of central managing piece of code that looks at what we got. So you're working, the music machine. We'll deal with you eventually. Right now, I gotta stay focused. So every outpost shares a power network. And we can't all have inputting and outputting from the same network, because that'll just, have too much power just spinning around. So we need these large transformers, and then a logic system that controls which of the transformers are open and which are closed. And that way we can have, say, this battery, which is currently being slowly but sadly charged by these guys, linked to a transformer linked to this cable. And that way, the logic here is reading from the various outposts and bases, what is the situation? Does anyone else need extra power? If yes, ramp up the transformer and keep on pumping out. And because we're measuring all of these with a central logic system, we can also make sure our outputs never exceeds what the cable can carry. And then each base would also have an equal set of transformers on the input side, so that they can choose to take in power from the sort of central power network. Now, we could make this a lot simpler by having all the power generation in one point, it pumps it into the cable, and everyone else, grabs power from there. But this seems like an interesting project to do, so... for me at least, so I'm gonna do it that way. Now, we have more frames. I do believe I even have, and we had a whole bunch of plastic which we need for walls. And with any luck, which we do not have, we only have 10 sheets of glass, which we can add. We can add 10 more windows. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, well, let's add the frames first, because I want this thing to be a bit of a, more of a grid. And this awkward shape. I'm boring and I like my boxes. Now, our welder should have a very functional... I think, oh, it's stormy times, but it shouldn't be because we now have a weather detection script that exists. Yeah, this one has the nuclear battery. This one goes through the electricity the fastest, and the nuclear battery is the best one we can make. We had it 28 days without dying. What are you getting there, chat? Almost a full year on Europa. Being all cool, like. Or, well, at least hanging out in the cold. Now, we have a large amount of, well, we have an amount of solar panels. So if nothing else, we'll start by just, building all of those. Yes, that block has been filled. There we go. And now this one. There we go. Making it all nice and boring like. Oh, excited about, oh my god, I got 10 windows. I only got 9 walls too. So yeah. My dreams of expanding the place will have to wait. No. Now, if we look at walls, where do we then actually want them? Now, there's some free walls we get from inside here. Also, demolish that. We'll leave this, open for future expansion, I guess. And we'll have to unmake the battery, I'm afraid. Well, that's a then kind of thing. Now, wall types, we scroll up for the window, then we use the magic of a button. We have a couple of windows.
Hyvää affiliate-yhteistyön vuosipäivää.
Why, thank you, Tourmalines. I appreciate it. Very kind of you. I hope you're having a nice day, friend. Or if not nice, at least a tolerable one. Yeah. Now what options did we have? That's type 4 has that line in the middle. Type 3 has a neat little thingy downtown below. You have a line on one side and you have nothing. So this is a good end piece. Now we don't actually want the battery in the cold, to be honest. I am indeed. Hope you're also having a lovely day, boss. Hey, boy, thank you, Tourmaline. Going quite well so far. And I don't really know why you wouldn't continue this way. And here... I'll put you... Yeah. And you. Look at me worrying about aesthetics about places I'll never be looking into, to be honest. That is fine. This will be a little battery room. You see, this is a good example of why I need a small transformer, because this battery is very hungry. So what this battery does is steals all the power. So this one gets all the power before the APCs get it. Now if we had a small transformer in between, then the small transformer would make sure, because it has a higher the transformers have a higher priority than our large battery. So they deal with this one. Or we change the logic around a little bit. I mean, first of all, you just do that. Now, eventually, we'll get at least some power in you, hopefully. I could even... That means this guy is also dead, because this thing is pretty much only powering, like, that lamp. That would explain why I was wondering, why is the mountaintop so dark? Because this guy stole all the power. And what if we have all of the output here going into this guy? And then from this one's output, we have the transformers I was mentioning, controlling whether or not we output stuff into here, and otherwise it has its own separate internal output going into the system with the APCs. I think that would work. That would work better, because we have the logic here separated from the power. And well, we did dismantle that shit anyway, so let's do it this way. Now we here look at the types. What would be a neat one here? I think this one could be fun. Which does mean it's angle grinder time on this one. For that, angle grinder goes back. Whip out the plastique. Yep. There we go. Shit ain't perfect, but it kind of works. And the plastique goes back, so does this piece of wall, and the glass is applied to these 3 windows. And now we are properly insulated from the horrors of outside. We grab our crowbar and we smash the shit out of this window. Well, steal its glass. And the plastique. And then, sorry about that. We do the same with these. Yep. Okay, so all of those. We switch on over to the angly grindery. Grind these angles all out. There we go, so we have now some more walls and options for windows. The insides should be a-okay. Hey there, puppy! Great, I got shown some close-up of butts. Oh no! Hope they were nice butts. The best butts, of course, are puppy butts. The cutest ones. Wait. With you here, that sounds extra weird. I didn't mean it that way, I'm sorry. No. But hope you're doing well, puppy. Calvin Klein ad. They were okay butts. Acceptable butts. Accept the butt. Accept butte. What's inside this one? Nothing. That's an empty hecking cardboard box. I'll put you there so you're Oh, we can't, because that is inside a cardboard box. This one has empty batteries and APCs. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that reminds me. Before... Or... I do believe you are just... Yeah. I allow those butts. I don't know those butts here. I'll allow it. So now, lamps turn back on. Those sort of things are back in a rotation, and that's okay because, well, that means at least for a little while this thing will be charging the batteries and whatnots. And I mean, all of these need to be moved around. We don't need to mess around with the code. It works perfectly. We could even replace it with the logic blocks, but we won't for now. For now, we just gotta see how many solar panels we have. Now, I think... Oh, we even have 3 large transformers. Perfect. Now, we're gonna need more of those, but at least 3. That's 150. So they can totally overpower a heavy cable, but not a super heavy. Now to Shouty, how's it going? Hello there, Gyro. Nice seeing you around, my friend. Hope you're doing well. It is going quite well. Had a nice day. Started with 2 hours of the whole game dev thing. It is an interesting experience because it is a combination of stressful and sort of rewarding to be working on, knowing that, you know, every day before the stream, I have to, you know, do the game dev. Okay, now those are both empty. This one has heavy and super heavy. Which means, okay, we can fix that one, because we can do, I can do this and then shift, right? There we go. So now we have
hydration.
This shit organized. Well, thank you very much, Arealia, for that hydrate.
Stop
I do appreciate
shrimping,
that.
streamer man.
Oh, fine. My first message come through. Oh, here's your loving reminder. You can put honeycomb in a fruit press. Well, thank you, puppy. That is a very important reminder. Next time I'm on the server, I'll have to do that. And you know what? It's been a while. We'll do that tomorrow. I'll dedicate tomorrow for getting back on the server. We'll expand the business, and at the same time work on the honeycombs and the fruit press mountain.
Hello there.
And VPN nonsense sounds difficult, puppy. Very unfortunate. Hello there, indeed. Arayalia. Hope you are doing well. Game is kind of like that, yeah. It was already like mildly stressful at times with the whole game dev stuff, doing it on the weekends for the Tri Jam, and now it's like, oh no, I have to do it every heckin' day. But it's only that. But that's also why I only wanted to do it for 2 hours. Because it is a small enough time so that it shouldn't stress me out too much. No more mountains coming through here. And it's still, you know, easy enough to like get at least something done. And very importantly, it's a minimum of 2 hours. If the creative juices start flowing and we get carried away, we can always go for longer. Hey there. It's going quite well, Aurelia. We got stuff done today on the deving side. A lot of it was getting distracted by chat, but I did have a good time. And we came up with a way to work on the whole logic structure of how things will eventually work. On that front. So we're gonna open that one, close that one, open this one, open this one. Yeah, no. Who has them? Is it you? That's Composite nonsense. This is solar panels. Okay. If I... Wait, no. Put this in my hand. Allow you to return, and I close this one, and we open the power one, and there we go. So that makes slightly more sense to me now. Wump. Now, solar panels, dual, power front, logic back. Huh. I'm assuming the facing of the logic determines their sort of front. Except when I change into from the dual. Ah, no, no, see, because there's power and logic, and if I change it again, the rotation seems the same. Oh well, only one way to find out. Wire cutter. Oh. And we put... I could probably hang on to that one. We run out of power. Yeah, because it's looking for the dual ones. Oh, and of course, there's no logic going through. Yeah. Now, I wanted to use a dual one so we can have the logic and the power separated, which is still what I want to do. So, let's make it difficult. As one does. I did have a half alerts earlier on my PC, but I'm realizing I forgot to actually say hello to everyone that I tabbed. I know the feeling that, Realia. I do a lot of, open multiple tabs, do multi-stream drifting, multi-stream lurking that way, and then at some point you realize, oh, okay, I need to go, so I'm going to say goodbye to people. Then I realize, oh, wait, to say goodbye, I should first say hi. I'm like, hi, and hello, and goodbye. I gotta go. I've been here for a while. Don't worry about it, We close those. We press number 6. We whip out the crowbar. Man, those sound effects scared me for a little bit. I'm like, oh no! Where's the leak? And then I realized there is no leak. But yeah, so this thing won't work, annoyingly enough. Because we'd have to be... Because it's going to be facing the wrong way around, you see, because they'll have to be facing the same way for the math that is directing them to work. So they need to have a separation of that. So if I have I need to expand it that way for this shit to work the way I'm sort of hoping to do it. But that's okay, because we can do it like this then. And we're not doing like super cramped anyway. Oh, and I probably should have acquired more glass sheets. We're gonna run out of those first, now, aren't we? Yes, we are. Alright, and the heavy cable. Well, if nothing else, at least we got got ourselves a nice funky tunes. 11 of these and 12. Okay, so we'll be missing one glass sheet, so it's not that bad. Could it be worse? Let's pause this. Have a look at... Oh yeah. Because we got crazy amount of gold, not that much copper. So yeah, I'm gonna have to make the printer fill out the entire cardboard box with just those cables. Sorry. That 15 stream streak. Nice, puppy. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Oh, Tommy, those are amazing emotes. Wonderful. So many happy dancing animals. Looks like an amazing. I got 5% hydration left. It's a negative 141, so that's a little cold, a bit nippy. Ah.
Power low. Hunger caution.
There's nothing we can't really sort of quote unquote deal with. You know what? I'm sure you'll be fine. I hope I don't need to worry about this one. So a little run back and forth. Down the elevator. We might not even have to go back to base. We'll see. I need to properly finish this one. Slapped it together in an hour, lol. Well, I mean, sometimes those things we make sort of quickly for something turns out to be heckin' amazing. I think those ones are amazing, puppy. He's the, cutest wild little puppy pack I've seen. Alright, so you've got a battery charger here. Ooh, speaking of, did we not have... There. Charge all of these bastards. Now, temperature in here is okay. It's a little hot in there. Okay. We need better pumps. Alright. Getting that nice cold air. So we click. We click. I hope it cools it down a little bit. There we go. And that's temperatures we can hang out in. Because I'm pretty sure it's not there. Not there. Here we go. Here we go. I got in from a water bottle. Eat some canned fries. Put that back on. Do I need more batteries? Well, it's always good to have a backup on, so we'll hang on to that one. Then we'll have these for, future charging. I'm not entirely certain which machine here is causing all that heat. Like, is it these guys? Is it these guys? I don't want to mess with those right now. It'll be fine. Whomp. Nice. Suddenly, puppies. I was like my toilet paper emote. Like I just really like it. I think it's fun, and it was also it done for it like insanely quickly for the game jam where I was like the try jam where I just needed some images of trash, and I was like, I don't freaking toilet paper roll. There we go, and it worked. It worked surprisingly well. Alright, so we can do a little more adventures upstairs before we need to head off for the longer term. So at least we can do the normal the logic cabling. We can put down. We can probably move the IC housing and so forth for the chip, and then we'll have to go back and fix up some stuff for the heavy cabling. That stuff needs to be moved, but you know, that's eventually, because this is meant for the pressure regulation, because this one will be producing heat. The sun warms up the world. And that battery kind of dying is A-okay. Now. Yeah, we can't get these all logicked up. I mean, we can't get them to have a functional output, but at least we can get the logic working. So I'll need you, and from here I'll need you. Whoop! Come on, let me down. Please, son. There we go. Yeah, it might be a better idea to do this, you know, first. Before we slap down. Oh. Any more solar panels. Oop, there we go. Yeah, like this. Yeah, we could place them down closer to each other, but yeah, we won't. Go. Oh, neat. So they'll rotate even if they don't have the glass. So, look at that. They're all producing power, but, you know, it ain't working. Yeah. So we could have them like closer to each other, but you know, we're doing this for more aesthetic reasons and so on, because wind power is far more powerful here. Now these give a more, you know, might be less efficient, but they do kind of give us, you know, steady output of power. Because I haven't really had too much trouble with power so far, until my latest power trouble when, you know, the batteries ran out because there was not enough wind, and too long of a time between the storms. Huh. Alright, let's have a look-see here. Let's think people here. So the idea was, see, they're shadowing each other. So you see, this one has an efficiency of 99%. You have an efficiency 59. So 59, 60, sort of, because they're getting shadow from each other. So when the sun is setting, the ones in this corner get the most. When it's rising, it'll be from there the most, but most of the day it's over there, and that is why we have them tiered, so they'll be hopefully giving not that much shadow to each other. I was hoping to have a similar another row down there. But if you have another row here and the sun only goes here, they'll still be shadowing each other pretty much. So I don't know if expanding this way really makes sense. Now I could remove these windows and turn them into normal walls, and we'll have maybe put. I wouldn't have to have a door on me, because if we do, then we could just slap down another hatch. No doors there. Nah, no doors here. No, with enough walls, we can also wall in the elevator itself and... I wonder if the elevator is technically like gas-proof. Because the thing is, we want the atmosphere inside this space and outside this space to be different. Now, if we add something to block off the, at least part of the elevator shaft, that would also then make that into its own room. Ah. Tricky. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Now the batteries lose energy. Slowly but surely. And a cold enough environment, it, radiates heat. So it is warming up the space around itself. And if we consider the flow of logic here, I didn't even calculate how many of these I have. Now we got 3 full rows of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The 16. The 24 of these. Let's have a quick look see at solar panel dual. Base power generation is 500 watts. So 10 of those would potentially overpower a simple cable and their base power generation. And with 24. I can't hold numbers in my head, I need to write them down. So we have 24 of those, and we have 500 of these. Base power gen. So that would be... two of those is one of these, so 2. So 12,000 watts. That's 12 kilowatts. At their best. Well, better than nothing, I suppose. And we have one large battery, which would be more than enough for now, unless I feel like going... If we make more large batteries, I'll rip out my normal, smallish batteries from the main base, bring the small batteries here. Because I was wondering, like, what if we put the batteries here in a row? Now, wouldn't that be nice? And then with the batteries in a row, we could have... like transformers here. So if your power output, but if the power output is currently there, I mean, we just always move the door, I suppose. But the problem is batteries produce heat. The transformers produce heat. So we're going to have to add a little bit more logic to this guy. And one active vent. One passive vent. So you can have this set up pretty much. You know, facing out, actually. Where we have a passive vent on the inside, one-way valve, a passive vent on the outside. So any excess pressure gets vented back into the external atmosphere. Then we have a gas sensor. There's some way to detect the internal temperature. Gas sensor is probably the easiest way. And our logic here is this says, well, if the temperature gets above X, a threshold, then suck in cold air from the outside to make sure we don't get too hot in here. Because if it gets too hot, which I assume it can do with the batteries sort of producing potentially infinite heat, I think. I think solar heating might have a maximum of the batteries and transformers. That's a lot of heat we're producing here. So we might make sure it doesn't get so hot that the cables auto-ignite, which they do at a certain temperature. Now if we rip out all of this, and we move it. Now, with the way things are, I think we will, in fact, not put batteries there. We'll leave the battery here. We have the power coming in. Really, this thing is handling like freaking output. We could dismantle this and change its orientation, if nothing else. Facing this way. Then its output would go both to these and the transformers. Now that means we would still need the small transformer here in between. So I was thinking, like, what if these guys are behind this one? But if transformers have an even higher priority than the battery itself, that means these things output being connected to both transformers and the APCs means, again, the APCs might get, not get any power. So then this one can sort of remain as is. We'll just potentially put in more batteries and have all their outputs linked. Because I'm hoping that this will be needed very rarely, and I mean, while it's not needed, it's again, like, slowly build up power here. And the transformers could be on the other side of that wall and all that jazz. I guess this space will just get to, remain as open as it wants. Now if we do that, alright. Thinkies have been thinky pooed. We're gonna fix this one back. We're gonna have to move this one so that we can fit the transformer, which wouldn't make too much of a squiggle. And that's about it, I think. Yeah, so we have the large transformer, so what I need is a small transformer. Well, thank you, Lord Noctem. Thank you very much, and I hope you're having a most wonderful day too, my friend. Alright. Okay, so let's deal with this guy first. So I think we'll leave the wall here, because in the end I realized I need to not deal with this place too much. Ooh. You need to move anyway. You can't live in here. No, sir. No, you cannot. Okay. Wonderful. You get to hang out there for now. Oh, I can't place it from here to the other side of that wall. Understandable, mildly annoying. So there we have it. That is our pressure release valve. One way, so the cold won't come in, but any excess pressure, essentially if pressure inside goes above 43 kilopascals, it'll just vent it, because, systems seek equilibrium and all that jazz. Adding more solar panels could be fun.
Waste tank caution.
Adding more shenanigans. Also need, who knows, maybe we'll build more nonsense here. maybe we'll, instead of having solar like glass here, we'll do windows here as well to the front, and we'll turn these into like normal floors, and then this will be just yet another step for these to go up, and then one more up, because having them sort of tiered like this towards the south, which is where the sun will be most of the time, seems to be working just fine. Because yeah, at dawn and dusk, lesser production. In the middle, works a bit better. Yeah, and we have excess size shapes down there as well. Well, that's okay. The point was just to get this thing to kind of work, and I would like to argue that I have at least achieved that. Now, the waste gas is getting up there. The other ones, for the logic to work, I will need to put in the Heiken transformer. I only have a large one, and I don't want to put it there. They're huge. I do have a place that has a small transformer that is meant to be temporary, so I'm going to go steal that one and replace the small one with a humongous one, and it'll be a-okay. Oh shit, Killadrix! Hey! Damn, down to playing the DF soundtrack. Hey there, Killer. Hope you're doing well. And yeah, the DF soundtrack is freaking amazing. Goes with any game. Hey, buddy. Hey, glad to hear from you. Makes me want to play it. Yeah. Yeah, here's the music room. We got some batteries. Let's see, we do womp, and... But I hope you're doing well, Killer. I've been loving your freaking pacifist arc rated runs, man. It is... That game, and you make a wonderful combination. You are wonderful. They like freaking, like, impromptu... What's it? Let's say it, improv RP theater. Freaking amazing. Awesome times. Super fun to watch. I love lurking there. Sorry I don't really always chat that much, but you know, it's... After I'm done with everything, I'm usually pretty tired, and it is wonderful to just have you in the background and just, you know, enjoy good times. Well, man, thanks. Appreciate the kindness. Hey, no worries. Never apologize. Appreciate you. Thank you, Killer. I appreciate you as well. And yeah, the game doesn't itself have a soundtrack, so I made a soundtrack of all the OSTs I own. So we have, you know, Dwarf Fortress, the Adventure Mode soundtrack. Then I got Cyberpunk 2077 and Pillars of Eternity 1. And Mars First Logistics. It is an interesting and eclectic mix of tunes that way. So I'm going to need to steal this thing, I believe. Because my power cabling for this area is dumb as shit. Now, what are you actually doing? You're dealing with this guy. And powering that one. That machine isn't on. And this one isn't necessary. Excellent. Our problem's fixed. Now the issue I was facing here was because there's a transformer in between, because once I linked the normal cable to the heavy cable, it got burned more than once. Now look inside my infinite inventory madness nonsense here. Nope, we don't find anything in that one. That was the wrong one. The wrong one again. It is the green one we need, and this one has actual chutes in it. There you go. Now they're linked. Eventually, we'll have to remove this entire dip here. You have to remove the power system completely because this guy still needs power. You know what? Easy fix, I see. Stack of living there works. What the heck? There we go. I'm gonna turn you off. Steal these power cables. and move them over to the other side. What? There we go. Come on, gotta fix my other screen because my third screen for the OBS is an old TV. Well, it's not an old TV, but it's wait. I guess by today's standard, it is in fact an old TV. How depressing. Man. So if I'm not, no one's pushed a button or something in a long enough time, it just tries to turn itself off. And there you go. So now that one's on. Now you should keep blinking that error blink. It is heckin' wonderful. Well, good morning then, Balin Elamain over on the YouTube side. Hope you're doing well. Okay, come on. Then the red space back. This one has normal cable. Changing out to the hand drill. There you go. So now we got this transformer that I wanted. Now I'm gonna slap it in here with the large transformers and the small ones. And we got a cable fuse. We only have one battery there, so yeah, it will be a-okay. Okay, then we do a... Yeah, this. Because those were apparently full, so we'll do this. Now we need to see tools. A little bit of dispose. There we go. We got this here. I'm just digging the giant tunnel because I'm gonna do... I have no idea what I'm gonna do, to be honest. It just felt like an idea. Like, you know what? We're gonna build the deepest tunnel for the potentially deepest basement. And we're kind of getting there. What I'm gonna put there, I have no idea. I don't know, freaking chickens all the way at the bottom of the earth. It'd be funny. There we are in the good old... I just realized this music is a little loud, so give me a quick sec. There we go. Hopefully that's a little better. And yeah, today's... Thank you for everyone for hanging out. Also earlier today with the whole for the game dev stuff. It was fun and we made some good progress. It was nice having you all around for that one. And it's the kind of progress that I can appreciate after doing my large amounts of smaller game jams this past year. Because remember when I was, let's say a year ago, I would have thought like, oh no, we didn't get anything done. How shit developers, we're not getting anything done. It's all bullshit. And now I know that actually, no, we did get a lot of done because we figured out the logical structure of what we're building, how these bits and pieces will work together, and so on and so forth. There's so much more to, let's say, creative work than what looks like the work. There's all this stuff in the background as well. You know, it's hard to build a car if you don't know how a car functions, kind of thing, or any old device, for that matter. My jetpack is still jetting and packing them jets. Now that weird moment where I just lost my thrusts. I think I might have accidentally pushed the wrong button or something. Yeah. Hydration is always critical, which you might have noticed in this as I'm playing this game. Oh, buttons, there we go. And a little bit like that, there we go. Now is to rate my progress by raw lines of code written. I was so wrong. Oh, absolutely, Shift to Goblin, yeah. That's pretty much how I would have probably been like a year ago. Kind of thing. And the fact that today I just mostly drew stuff in create stuff like using like a drawing program and just drew stuff, you know, lines, ideas lead it somewhere.
It's low, on a great day it's negative.
On a good day it's low, on a great day it's negative. I like that one. But that also very much depends on at which phase of the project you're in. I'm very much in the beginning, so yeah, the lines of code mean nothing, absolutely nothing. because there's so much that we're going to be making and then deleting and then remaking and then deleting. And in general, and that's why I'm also very happy about just not even writing anything, because it means that, well, now we're just doing like pure idea crafting for now. Just, you know, how does this work? How does this exist? Why does this work exist? What would this even lead? Could this even lead to? And so on and so forth. There's the hole. Ah, we're too high up. Jättepakko. Then you have looks like a fiber. And getting these where you want is sometimes a little annoying. Cut. Step. Yeah. There we go. But it's also one of those things like, yeah, it's how that is very unfortunate nowadays that there's so many places that is like measuring sort of effectiveness or efficiency through busyness. And you can be very, very busy without being like the least productive. Busyness means nothing. Busyness is what people do when they sit around in meetings about meetings all day. It is the big problem nowadays, I think, with the whole, in many places, put it that way. There's so many people and they're so incredibly busy and nothing ever happens. And then someone who does like low level work usually then gets the blame. Like, why isn't this thing done? Well, like, no one ever gave us, you know, like the instruction for how exactly this is supposed to be done. I must do the thing. Like, you can't just do the thing. Someone needs to make the choices. Why did you make the choices? Well, I don't have the, responsibility here. Not my job. I don't get to make these choices. Alright, good old hero music for can we make it to the greenhouse before we pass out? Oh, yes we can. The food waste is only 95%. I'm glad, yeah, they do believe wasn't that like a recent mod as well, where they, I mean not mod, but updates. Where they added a waste tank alert slightly earlier. And we get naked in the greenhouse, as one does. Yeah, well, I ate my canned French fries. I did my magic drinking mojo. Now we have an awkward shower. I'm using these days for making complaints coming for thousands of years. That's a good point. I guess the problem it is a I guess you could call it then a hard problem in how to organize humans in a large environment. Now I guess I don't know how common it is if in the whole inefficient structures, because many of the modern inefficient structures didn't really exist in thousands of years ago. In a monarchy system, or like if you have like a king, you'd that kind of power position, you'd assume they could be making more direct choices. But then again, that is me making assumptions. And that's what what they say. When you assume, you make an ass of you and me. Okay, we could do with some more oxygen, I guess. We'll double check that my memory is correct, that we fixed the oxygen. Oh, dead battery. What? Yep, tank is filled with pure oxygen. There we go. Yeah, we needed heavy cable. Very, very large amount of heavy cable. Turn you on. Then I need to jump in here. There we go. Turn you on. We'll do a very quick on again and off again. Oh. Oh, that also worked. Because they didn't want to put these in there. Now we're looking at number 5. We're looking at our right-hand pocket with a large cardboard box. And in that large cardboard box, we have entire backpacks with propellants, or jetpacky backpacks. And inside that one, we have many more large cardboard boxes. And in one of those, we have multiple stacks of really super heavy, coils of super heavy cable. Love it. Now, the thing you need gold. We have 341 grams of gold in here. And 9 grams copper. I'll make 18 units of the heavy cable. Cable coil heavy. Go. And then while you do that, we'll have a quick run through here. Into the gas zone. No copper there. No copper there. And this one is ice. And this one is just volatile ice. Put the ice in there. The silver in there. Put the iron there. There we go. So then this one can be like pure gold for now. This can be everything else. Yeah, getting our hands of copper is going to be, oh well, not that tricky really. Do a bit of mining is all we need really, but here we see that one has 9 grams of copper. You wouldn't happen to have extra copper, no. That one's empty. Right here, I'm going to turn you off. So it turns out we had more walls, which is nice. I like this, having my, make walls. Once you're done, cool box comes out, lands on the trigger plate. State becomes 1. This compares to that one. Well, they're not equal. Put up 1, then they become equal. This one writes a 0 to the activate value on this one. Nice. Simple and functional. Now, inside here, we have nothing we need. Didn't we get the copper? No, we didn't. Ooh, I grabbed the copper just in time. I'm gonna put you in there. Make some more. Won't be that much, but hopefully it'll be enough. If nothing else, we can then... we'll have to do a little bit of mixing and matching. I would like them all to be heavy cable just because... Well, let's be honest. Aesthetics. Super heavy will be, even better in a way because it can handle more power. But then again, the heavy can already handle 100 kilowatts, and currently it'll be making at a maximum of around 1200. Well, 12 kilowatts. So we can fit in even more solar panels eventually. A lot more electrical centrifuges for all that stuff. we have here? Okay, so we have a box full of walls. We have a box full of plastic. Did we have an empty box? We do. Perfect. Put you there. So now this one can load stuff into the box. The question is, do we have silicon in here? I mean, not anymore. Not there. We got 65 grams of silicon. Now, battery large requires copper and steel. Yeah, copper is something we don't have. Steel we have here on the walls. Yeah. How about a nuclear one? Also, steel, Inconel, and Astroloy. I think we used all of that already. There's a nuclear battery that is fully charged. I'll slap, put you there. Empty this one. Now, this will be my sort of production floor. It would be nice to also reconfigure eventually, and maybe even take down the Christmas tree. You know, we've gone past the date for throwing out the Christmas tree. I could have a system for... Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah. Oh, sorry. I had to have a little bit of thinky poo there again. Like, wait, how do I can make a logical system where the stack box filling machine will recognize I don't have a box and requests a box. The box is sent. And it should actually always sort of request one extra. So there's always one inside the chute going in already. So we'd first run the system with excess boxes, with overflow valves. It goes back to somewhere where we're storing boxes. Once the bulk, we have enough boxes. So I don't want to be like continuously having a... And boxes could be there just queuing, that would also work. Yeah, that's something we can do. Then, eventually, all that jazz, all that good shit. Not now. Now, double checking. That much is a... No, there we go. Nothing but gold. So much gold. We have neat things, but none of those are silica. We have to go mining. Also, you shouldn't be on. You'll be on. That's okay. Now, you thou. Ooh. It's been on for a while. Let's have a quick little sneaky look. Are you empty? You are. Again, beautiful. So that means we can close that off. So no, there's nothing being processed. All that has been processed. That the sort of space I'm trying to use to mostly melt ices to gases like nitrogen and so on, and then send them to be filtered. And wait. Oh, that's why. What are you? You are a portable generator, spray paint, power connector. You are Amy, pipe heater, random mass reagent mix. What's your goal today? Minimum goal was getting that solar array finally built, which we have. Now we're gonna put in some cables and get it to a point where we can kind of just leave it there. Ooh, do we have another one of these bad? Yes, we do. Wonderful. Now the idea is that then eventually we'll then have, you know, the sort of solar platform making power to battery. Battery could be potentially then feeding into our general power network. Now I want then to have a logical controller for all of that. Yeah, don't need it now. We can do it eventually. Wonderful. So a logical controller for that one. So we'll have. And do you have a solar script? Oh yes, yeah. It's all functioning perfectly. I just ran out of cable, so I had to run back here, Balin. We can add more things to it, possibly eventually, but it's also quite possible that I'll build it, I'll run away, and I'll never think about it again. But for now, before we run out, we do that. We have a extremely cheesy and cheaty way to drink. We get the hygiene maxed out. Get clothed again. Empty out these few things here. Change out that one. Realize we should probably have a different kind of battery there for the life support. There you go. Nuclear life support. Thank you. Oh, and if you're not doing the thing, we'll just... You know, it's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Just run away. Run away. Before I get lost again. Because I will. Wait, the guy who was buying things, what did he want to buy? He wanted to buy fuel and electrum. So, we could do that one quickly because we're here and I want him gone. So we can hopefully... You know... Let's do this way. So what's 31? There we go. That is 50 silver. That is 50 gold. Here is 31 silver. 31 gold. And we're done. Pressure is very low. And an idea I did on my last playthrough, saying Balin here on the YouTube side, I placed a suit storage in my main airlock for my heavy suit and another in the airlock for my greenhouse, normal suit. That sounds kind of funny. Now close you off, and it's getting sucked. Excellent. There we go. Yeah, I still haven't built the suit thing. And the Christmas tree should probably get dismantled, like I said. We'll do it when we get back. One last thing that needs to be done is change you out for the wrench. Come on. And we need to make a larger freaking landing pad. More portables connectors. You know what I realized? I don't know if these guys care about the temperature of the oxygen. So I don't need an oxygen tank. I should just have one of these inputs and outputs linked to just, I don't know, passive valve. No. Or a active thing. You need to do things that could work. God damn it, you bastard. Come on. No, 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 no. Whoop. There we go. And we... Whoop. Connect that fuel tank. Pump into landing pad. Electrum goes there. Wrench goes here. Talk to the dude. I will sell unto you 150 units of electrum and your 3 units of fuel. And depart. Off with you, man. Off with you, you bastard. We'll deal with that eventually. Automate the trader invitation system. And advice, the suit storage will either be your best friend or worst enemy. Ooh. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah, I have built one, and we gotta see how that one works out. Like so many things, eventually. But I guess, yeah, the heavy suit and stuff would be more handy once the... So, the next challenge would be Vulcan or something, wouldn't it? Where it's really haunted and, the heat will break all my shit. Well, the Mark II levels of tools and things would make more sense. And the harm suit, protecting us from the harmful environment. And, oh, nuggets. Alright, take me up. Good old elevator. Now... in the green one. You got all kinds of stuff. You have the music machines, you have this one's. So it was not the green one, but the grey one that should be yellow. Do we have what kind of Atmos stuff? Powered vents. That should be fine. It'll be fine until it isn't. That's like it usually goes. And to be honest, regular tools works just fine on Vulcan. I consider Mark II tools pointless. Ah, well in that case, screw that shit. Alright. Now, we did bring in here? No. Here? Right, there's still solar panels left over. Well, mildly awkward and inefficient, but it'll... and we only have one piece of glass. I'll have to steal a window. That one. There we go. Then I'll rip out the entire freaking... new. There you go. Where's that angled grinder? Close enough. That's where the glass goes. That's where my newest set of walls. And some plastics. And the good news is, in a normal start, you drop with a set of Mark II tools anyway. Oh! Good to know, Bailey and Elamaine. On the wool. Giving them deep lores and cool kick-ass hints over on the YouTube side there. Now put you there. We can close that one because we no longer need you. You are the one we're going to be mucking about soon enough. And there we go. Now, because I'm too lazy. Oh, I can just... right. I don't like the fact that it sticks a little bit outside the wall, so we're gonna do it. Here, I guess. Why not? There. So now you're connected and you have your output there, and your output will be then handled by this one. There you go. So then this one should have a higher priority than the station batteries. As long as these are producing some power, you'll charge this one first, which keeps this one going pretty much. That's it. Now, that way, I mean, this thing is absolutely pointless. What if I just... There you go. Wow. The music where is reminds me of World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy. Oh, this one is from Pillars of Eternity 1. Yep, that's good. Not building walls, we're just putting down cables and shit. So, open up this one, the red one. Oh, used to be inside here. Whole bunch of APCs, very nice. Add a battery. And an ogre, and let's deal with these ones. And see how many of these we can actually hook in now. Oh. It looks silly. But it's okay. Oh. There we go. And for wondering why I did that way in particular, it was simply because, well, I have more normal cable than heavy cable. So I want to save the heavy cable for this. As far as possible. Yeah, to the point it'll by. Maybe I'll just cut that out completely and just have the logic go down this like this corner and the power coming up that corner, and it'll be a-okay. That might be a lot simpler. Yeah. Once we eventually get there, later compose a solder script where you can just use a single line of heavy cable and not need dual ports. It's what I use, much simpler building and less cable. Oh yeah, no, I see that and it'll be okay. Don't worry about it. Like I think the non-dual ones, I mean, they wouldn't really differ from this in any way, now would they? At most, yeah, it's more like just where's the power come from and go from kind of thing. And with that, we could add a transformer, pretty much, to maintain a certain amount of pressure on one side. Alright, so they're all pretty much all connected. There we go.
Storm incoming.
Hey, nice. Did not go in a loop this time. Now, if I want to save on this cable, wait. No, that's fine, because this is... Well, almost, but not really in the middle here, so that's... Okay, so let's do this way around then. And I believe wrench. Yeah. Oh, it doesn't center? Oh, that's mightily annoying. Very well then. That's okay. The idea was because if this place works as intended, the idea is for this room would then be able to hold multiple batteries, pretty much. Might be a good idea to then have its own one-way valve and pressure system, maybe have a door in between, just to make sure things don't, because this thing will get hot as hell in here, and then eventually have a logic system with a gas sensor. If it gets too hot in here, which it inevitably will, then it should suck in air from outside, pretty much. Nice, easy cooling. So the sun's coming up, and especially if we change this one into a nuclear battery at some point, I guess. Should be so choose, and that should also work. Now, wait, are you telling? Fine. There. Heckin'. And now we change this tool in to the arc welder. What do you want? What do you want? Steel sheets. There we go. And a Screwdriver. So, now one a large battery. Boom. So, if I've understood the internal game logic correctly, yeah, so the transformer small has a, yeah, see, okay, because we see it turning itself off and on again. So it is pushing out power, which means it is getting the power from here. Unlike when the APC was directly linked to the same line as the large battery here. So now the APC is getting priority through our wonderful little transformer. Now the lamp. Needs to go. Where is there? It is hand rail. Classic wall-like LED, wall-light long. Let's put that one there. Looks a little neat somehow. Why light? Because I said so. And in other words, for no real reason. Now this is the pack with these ones. So let's see how many of these we can still shove in here and pretend it'll kind of work. We got the... Oh, there we go. Now the lower level is completely connected. Wonderful. Oh, right, yeah, we wanted to fix this shit. Easy enough. So in order to make this nice and smooth and the logic functional, there we go. Now they're getting the logic. Ah, God, no. They tried to kill me. Yo, sorry. No self-defense. Let me through, please, sir. Don't squeeze me. Sometimes these machines can be surprisingly powerful and like just absolutely wreck your freaking hard suit. Hard suit versus shoot. Shoot wins. Now I can get down there. There we go. Whoop-a. Oh. Heckin'. No? Hey there, Swick. Just let it happen. Quit being difficult. No. It's permadeath, man. These things murder me. Then I need to go to the volcano planet. And I'm not ready to go yet. We're almost at 365 days. We're at day 331. We've almost survived a full year, and I do believe that would be an achievement. That's interesting. So these are working. Oh, of course now, yeah. I didn't actually connect them now, did I?
Hydration critical.
So thirsty. All the heck in time. You know who else has survived a full year? Literally every single 1-year-old. But you know what? On Europa, I am the only 1-year-old, so... Well, soon. Ain't no one of those toddlers around here. I'm King Bebe all the way. Well. Gotta say, I quite enjoy the whole solar array thing. It is just neat. It's fun. I don't care. That's, you know, wind power is much better here on Europa. I think it is neat to build this thing. So I'm happy. Now, if I only had enough cable to actually finish it, I'd be even happier. And also, it's been a fun chance to sort of test the designs. And also now I know that, okay, in the future I might want to build it slightly less cramped. Even though I was always thinking like, oh, at least I'm not building it too cramped. Turns out I was building it too cramped. As you saw, that it's very difficult to move through and around these freaking solar panels, as they do their best to follow the sun. So now we have a lamp being fueled and the logic by the APC. APC is being charged by this thing by every day when the sun's up. And when the APC is full, the rest of the power gets passed here into the battery. Now the battery will then be linked to a heavy cable, because if this thing starts collecting enough power, we see, okay, my portable lamp died. That's okay. It keeps on dying nowadays because I never spend enough time in the base to let it power up all the way. I should maybe build another Anyhow, I finished to release these trout back in their natural habitat, so alas, I shall return to bed. Well, thanks for coming by and saying hi, Swick. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you get some good sleep, dude. Get good rest. Rest is important. Now, the idea was to then, if we had multiple batteries, they would link here. We can have a sort of central way out. And there's more room here to build the structure, so I don't need to worry about it too much. And we have one large transformer. We can you know what? Sure. Better than nothing. Kinda works. Which in this situation is okay. No dream Hanu, Mr. Hanu. Thank you, Mr. Swick. And I hope you can have it in you to give one for little Felix, a little scratch for me as well. Now 50,000 should be the maximum, which, yes, can no longer increase. And then we just click here on the output of go for it. Yeah, because he's not honest, he's not doing anything. So we only determine the maximum it can put out. And this is like putting out half of what one of these can handle. So yeah, the idea is to then have multiple of these and a logic system and a battery array, and if power is requested, these can give out more power. But that is for another day. Right now we just needed this thing to kind of work, and now we need copper and other materials so we can make more cable. Actually no, we just need copper and water so we don't die. But for now, there we have it. We have another thingamabob here, outputting power into here. And we can just manually do this. I honestly feel like, because I was mucking about here with trying to make the elevator music. We'll get there eventually. But I feel like the way they made music for Mars First Logistics, this has a lot of things that keep on like giving me sort of ideas and thoughts. I'm like, oh wait, no, I can sort of see how I think I can see how I could make this happen using the blocks in the game. I still need to find the time and figure out. There we go. Oh yeah, you're good. The door will open eventually. Like how all the things really sort of work together and all that. Temperature is acceptable. Have a little bit of water. Just throw out the helmet. Who needs a space helmet in space? Heckin' dweebs, that's who. There we go. Took a little bit of health damage because I'm certain we could build multiples of these, these things, and then I'm wondering if we name them, can we No, because these are done with screwdrivers. So we can't change the inputs for the step sequencer. So, oh. There we go. Don't need to waste power over here. There we go. So, could we then instead... Exactly, yeah. So we then have to have controls for these. So we need multiples of these, pretty much. And multiples of these. And then have a piece of code that is following time from this one, for example. To make sure that at key points we switch them on and off again. So we can add do 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 and then do 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 and then back to do 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 and then do 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 do. And that way we can have... That way the game works. Right now, all I can do is turn these all on at the same time. With my shitty music. You want to hear it? You want to hear how shitty my music is? Turn you on. We do 1. We jump into the media player. Press pause. Turn these machines on. I can elevator music. This would be playing as the elevator goes up and comes down. That was the idea. And yeah, so I'll still need to do some code, some logic for this thing to turn this entire nonsense on and off again, and link it to detect is the elevator moving, yes or no. I do know the elevator does have a boolean for that if it is, if it is moving. Yeah. But I at least couldn't come up with any, sensible ongoing beat that repeats itself made of 4 or 8 pieces. Oh, that's what I thought, while I'm hearing swooshy sounds. The storm has arrived. Well, let's go through our tools while we're hanging out here. Elk well, there has a nuclear battery, that is A-OK. Now all of these are sucking battery from the main sort of spine thing there. And now the main spine is also being powered by that one transformer. Now that is also why we need multiple transformers, because every transformer can give out 50 kilowatts. And that cable can handle 100. No, 500. So technically we could have 10 of them. But I think it'll be safer if we have 2 per place or something. Because, yeah, eventually I'll have a sort of power managing slash balancing sort of system. Where each sort of base is taking out their own power situation. And if someone sends a request for more power, they'll start outputting more into the sort of central shared spine. Alright. There's too many batteries here. This is not the correct place for these. Well, they're all charged at least, so we're gonna snag them. And also the only reason I really brought the charger here was because of, spending time on that project. So I'll bring the entire charger with me. And then... Thank you, everyone. Turn the lights off. Cyclone out. You need a small battery. Alright. An airlock that is larger than one square, one of those is not really doing it. You're at 0. Come on. I see it. Much storm. There you go. Oh, we're taking that damage. Okay, so now we gotta run. And if I jump... No, didn't really help. The storm is pushing us north. Hey, okay, that's helping us a little bit. Come on. Riders off the storm. I'm going so fast. I haven't done it yet because I like the fact that I can see the tunnel's lights from outside. But I was wondering, like, if I block it up with dirt and so on, and eventually build, I don't know, walls and dirt here as well, would that entire tunnel turn into a room? Meaning that the game would recognize that it is technically indoors. There we go. Whomp. There we go. Also, media player. Back with the music, please. And then we get naked, as one does. We eat some canned fries, as one does. Have a cheese drink. Get our hygiene up. Our mood is increasing. Ah, the pleasures of life. I know, maybe you should adjust your weather code to trigger again based on the time left of the storm. Ah, yes, Balin Alamein, that is on the to-do list. On the YouTube side. Because currently, at least I know the storm is kind of coming, because it did give me a warning. But how far ahead it is, yeah, we have no idea currently. It is on the to-do list to add that to the warning code. Give it like a 1 minute warning or more warnings. Yep. Yeah, so you shared your code on the Discord, and thank you very much for that one. That is a good sort of reference to use to then design and build my own 138 liters of shitty ass water there. Now what we do have though is some plant matter that does need fixing. There we go. And I should probably build some kind of purging system for the waste tanks. Where I just have an empty tank, and I put in the old tank and it sucks that one dry and so on. That could be neat. Fun. Efficient. Now, that one is there because it's mostly out of the way there. We can build another battery charger. I kind of feel that a battery charger close to the exit makes sense, so I put it here. Where is... Oh, it's not there. That would explain why I can't see it. There we go. Whole bunch of batteries. There you were, you bastard. Trying to hide from me. Oh, heck no. We forgot this. Oh, well, it goes into a transformer. It's putting on maximum of 50. So I think the 500 kilowatt cable can handle it. We don't need a fuse there. But there we had multiple batteries going into the same one, and then going to eventually have multiple transformers. There, safety fuses made sense. Now we have here more large transformers. We will need them eventually. Now we have a large amount of... Wait, what do we have? Ooh, wait. Okay, we do have some iron. I'm going to smelt those. Oh, quickly. Because if we can make enough chutes... And they thankfully only use normal iron. Oh, this thing's empty. Also needs to be moved. Oh, do we have 2 stacks of iron? And we're done. Yes. Are you making basic shoots? No. Basic shoots. Oh, I already put some extra iron in there. Excellent. No, it ain't much. But it's something. And close. Yeah, you got a box in you. Heckin' perfect. Now, mining is happening. Oh, storm's over. Perfect. There we go. All these materials. But what we need the most of is, of course, the copper. Hard mining, Makabako. We need steel and Invar. Did we have any steel and Invar here ready to go? We got some steel. Now some Invar. So whatever we're doing, we're gonna need more of that copper anyway. Let's make 3 of these. Yeah, that's gonna take some time. We do number 4, we change backpack. Check the battery situations on these. Oh. That would help. I can control this with logic, but I'm assuming that would make more sense for like reading more than... Well, does this have a... its own like base power usage? So that if there's nothing inside, nothing needs draining, it won't? Don't know. Also, I'm carrying around with me, I don't need stuff I don't need, including this can of French fries. Unlock, open, eat, put away, do a magic drink, close. And you go back to getting refilled. Now these better be empty. Oh, it's only 4. Nice water. There we go. Yeah, we need to get we can do it now, I realize. Let's do this. It'll be nice and quick and easy and relatively painless, and that way we can protect our plants from the horrors of the sun. There we go. Lol, why is this working? That crap. Is the switch turned off? Yes. It is a very classic problem and bug in many, many machines all over the world in many, many places. The machine isn't working. Question number 1. Is the machine on? If the customer says yes, you ask him, could you check for me? Because that is something I learned to be an absolute truth and fact when I'm working at a hotel, people calling about their reservations or whatever, making claims. There's one absolute truth that I discovered, and that is the customer is always wrong. Always. That is the absolute most important assumption to make, whatever you're doing. The customer is wrong, ask more questions. What about or oasis? Now that is actually a yes. Wait, no, I don't give a shit. I'm out. I'm going mining. Because so many people made so many assumptions, and then they say, oh yeah, of course it's like this, of course it's like this, this is how it is. Then you just keep on asking them more details, more questions, and it turns out no, they were in fact very, very wrong. They made assumptions based on very different details. And the greatest was like, oh no, of course I have my reservation with the hotel and so on, and there's this and that, and like, are you sure? And then, okay, could you tell me like the reservation like number, the details? And then it's, oh, well, it's Trivago something. Like, you don't have a reservation with the hotel. You have a reservation with Trivago, and then Trivago is doing the reservation with the hotel. So if you have any issues, I'm afraid you're gonna have to take it up with Trivago. I am not a fan of those services after having to deal with them on the service provider side. Absolute nonsense. I legitimately got confused by why am I running here? Where am I going? What am I doing? And then I remember, oh right, yes, I'm thinking, wait, am I really going to do this? Like, start building the outpost already? I feel like I forgot about something. And I'm like, oh right, yeah, no, I was going mining, that's what I'm doing. And, oh, these get it done with a new battery. Oh well. Easy fix, because you know who doesn't need too much of a new battery currently? I would think it would be the labeler. We can do that. Easy peasy. Now we can fit 2 tools. I feel like we could fit, yeah. More of these in here. Alright, mainly 1 copper. Iron is also good always. And other things. Turn on the magic lens. It's got the T-ray scanner. Turn off the magic lens. There we go. Alright, we're gonna need cobalt anyway. Oh, right, and mining backpack is go. Ooh, there's volatiles. We need those as well. Oh, so many tasty minerals. All out for the taking. We get volatiles, iron. Is that Cu? Looks like excellent, yeah. Cu, cuprum. Cuprum. Heckin copper. Nothing better than dwarf fortress music for mining through the earth. Hungry for those minerals. Ah, heckin' A. Now this would be nitrice. Silver is good, yeah. Alright, so we'll start with the volatiles. Current melting systems, have these being very efficient. Melted. Not melted, freaking processing into water and eventually, fuel and all that good stuff. Ooh, silicon. We did just run out of that. Well, I guess we might as well grab some coal while we're at it. Good old carbon. Let's hand it this way because I have multiple backpacks. I don't need to look what's inside. I don't really care. All I need to do is to see when does the game start putting shit in my mining belt again. Oh, there's a lot of volatiles. We'll snag those after we get the coal and the silicon. I gotta say though, having an oxygen-rich, pure oxygen environment is actually very handy in your fuel production as well as in your filling your freaking oxygen tank. Pump it into a tank and then you heat it up. And like I did early on, all you need to do really is waste gases from your furnace, your basic furnace. More than enough. Now that. Oh yeah, it's AU. Gold. Autumn. Really got to work on making more of those, more bread as well. So yeah, automating the Harveys a bit better. Definitely worth it. And then finally automating my cooking for, canned foods. And producing just flour, I guess. More than anything. So then I can have always the freaking flour and oil. And then I could have bread on demand. In front of the party tunes. Yeah. Ah. Too carried away with my mining. There we go. So I filled one backpack with ores already. Oh, dang it. Come on. Yeah, no one needs oxide for anything here. I'm a freaking Europa. Now I'll just like coprum. Up, above, and below. Well, we'll do the lower one first, I guess. I will grab the copper. We'll leave the coal. A couple of nodes. There we go. A few little coaly nodies. Grab this iron while we're at it. Because iron was one of the things we really needed, so we can make more of those chutes, so we can have all of our bases wonderfully and delightfully connected to each other. Now the charcoal production should also start happening soon-ish with the whole, plant production, automation. So say updates. What are you? Lead. Well, interesting enough, we are also low on lead. There we go. More copper. Single volatile. That would be iron. Even more volatiles, more copper. Well, we'll do the iron first, because, yeah. We'll hopefully have enough copper for, you know, a little bit. Probably won't. So, iron and copper. Iron and copper. Won't be long, because the next goal would be, yes, the deep mining outpost. Or where we're building the... there we go. For where we can have... the stuff, the thing. The iron, copper, and silicon area. There's a nickel up there. We still have a couple of stacks of nickel. Weird. It's not the most important thing right now. In the same area where we want the deep miner for iron, copper, and silicon is also is neighboring the other area. And our current deep miner that is digging out silver and gold also will most likely be moved from in the middle of a tunnel. Gold? No, I do not need gold. I have more than enough gold. Copper though. Delicious. Coppericious. Yes, as Hazaza himself calls it. Sweet, delicious pepper. So spicy. So nice. Silver. Jesus Christ.
Happy affiliate anniversary.
Thank you, Argyukko, for that subscription for 6 months. Holy butt nugget, man. Well done. Thank you very much. I'm glad you like it here. And thank you for the happy affiliate anniversary as well. I really do appreciate it. Ooh, scared me. Ooh, that's uranium. I don't need it for anything. It could be neat to have some. I mean, I have a little bit, but no, not enough. I think uranium is mostly just usable for just producing a large amount of gas. Which, yeah, that kind of makes it kind of pointless for me. Let's grab it anyway. It'll just look nifty to have some in my closet of ores. Now, making uranium green is slightly annoying, because the green glow usually associated with radioactivity is actually just phosphorus. I do believe, like many metals, uranium is white. Or, you know, white, gray-white in that scale. But I hope you're doing well, Argyukko. Having a lovely day. No on the oxide, there's volatiles, there's gold. Who cares about gold when you have infinite gold? Oh, so if we go down here, we'll end up in another iron-rich area. And grab some more volatiles on the way. And hopefully with all this, yeah, we'll have enough copper for near future at least. At least until we get those, you know, all of our deep miners running. And then if we do another fuel mixing script, because why not? We can make one over at the new the new outpost we're designing here. Ooh, look at that. Your backpack is full. Now if we then open that one, I do believe this one. Full stacks of everything. Next one. Not full stacks of everything. call that full stacks. I don't know why I'd get that OP set up ASAP. Numbers wise, it takes almost 3 hours to fill a gas centi. That's 1-to-1 ratio. ICS region is 1-to-05, so about 6 hours to fill. That's 3 to 6 IRL hours, and the gas centi is fast too. Oh, well, thank you, Baylane Element, for that heads up. But yeah, we're getting there. The thing is, because once we put get the gas centrifuge all figured out, do that this way. I still need to code the bastard. And there's no worries about things being, you know, taking a long time to set up and so on. And because, you know, we're taking this entire project one step at a time. And in the beginning, yeah, I might just put up an outpost and it'll keep on pumping it dirty or back to base, and we'll have our electrical centrifuges spinning it for now. But yeah, I am hoping to eventually turn that around so that we will have centrifuges on site at the outpost, and the chutes will in fact be pumping out actual ore, which then, when it comes to base, goes through a sorting system and puts all the different ores in their respective silos, pretty much. Okay. Nope, look at number 4 again, and backpack is in fact heckin' full. Perfect. Means this one goes there and is empty. So and that's more lead. We don't care about that. We have now a decent amount of volatiles, I'd argue. So iron. Oh, man, I'm just chewing through the earth. It's insane. This has been so amazing getting these glasses. So yeah, now I know. Getting these glasses early, hell yeah. Next run, we need to figure out how to get these done ASAP. That is the hecking number 1 goal. Because then we don't have to make the earth dirty, or you know, look ugly. We can have a beautiful terrain for now. And yeah, then at some point, yes, we also need to find time to sit down and figure out how to code Amy. Now, the good thing is that there are at least some guides out there, because it's always like problematic, like trying to like code a thing with like no explanation of what all these things actually mean inside it. Is that silver? Yes. And we do have silver on the way as well, but you know. With more gold than silver coming in. Now, one interesting challenge to do as well would be seeing if we can then have a, you know, eventually once you have enough automation, enough all these machines working together, can you then have like your stockpiles not only of ores, but a stockpile of alloys and melted ingots, and they would recognize like, hey, we are lacking X, whatever that may be, so make some of this. Or like we just have a machine computer or something, we request something via that one, like make more of this one now please, and so it starts making more. And when it does that, it would automatically pull in the correct ores, mix them in the correct ratio, make a bar of requested size, and maintain the correct, you know, temperature and pressure. Because with the pits we'll be making and so on, I don't really see how that wouldn't be possible. Battery's still good. Auto iron. That's more iron above us. And we need to start heading out soon from deep underground. So time for an awkward climb it is. Do a little bit of spiral. And back here. The ferrous forests. Oh, water. And we have our machines making water. Ooh, and copper. Making water currently. But having some ice there would be, it's a good idea. If nothing else, we could, I don't know, freaking cool down our crazy hot water by chucking some ice in there. Now, we can put in ice directly into portable gas tanks, if I've understood correctly. I don't think I've ever done it yet myself. I can only assume we can do the same thing with ice, with the liquids as well. Gotta see how that shit works. That's it, thank you. Thank you. Da-da-dum, da-da-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum-dum. Yeah. Oh, full again. There we go. No. I'll have to make a large amount of sorters at some point. More silos. Yeah, I think the first form of the deep miner will just have a single deep miner as the quote-unquote outpost, sending back more dirty ore into our dirty ore refinery. With all these, we need to make even more large batteries because a storm is even still more than enough to refill everything we have. So having more would be good. That's O2. That's iron, copper. Okay. Doing okay, not becoming too hungry, too thirsty just yet. Now the copper will have to help with that electrics, cabling, all that good stuff. And the iron will allow us to build all the chutes we'll need. And we have a little bit of coal, which will then eventually allow us to, deal with the... well, there we go. Making steel and all that jazz. Yeah, so the outposts, or should we say quote-unquote outposts and stuff, all of that will be happening in stages. Yeah, the first stage is just one more deep miner to feed into our current system. And then we'll follow that up with, eventually, the next level will be more deep miners and a localized processing. Well, there's a lot of silicon right here, so why not? And then we'll have to change how the output of all these ores is happening. It means we need to make more silos. The question is, should we do that first? I think that might actually be a better idea. So we first take the sort of ore input area side dealt with before we then advance to having our outpost put out processed ore. We have 6 more electric centrifuges, but we haven't just built yet. It'll cost a lot of power. Well, that's why I wanted more batteries. Eventually there will be another storm, and when it hits, well, that'll be good for us. Alright. We'll mine out this guy. Mm-hmm. I guess we're mining these two then. Ooh, more water ice. Speaking of water, click on the sort. All right, now the mining belt. Once the mining belt is full, we're out of here. There it is. That on the back. Mine a little, just a wee bit more cobalt. There we go. Some more uranium we don't need. Alright, almost out. Ooh, almost went through the entire batteries. All the batteries. I can put that away. Change tools. Anyway, number 6. Number 4. Configuration into tracker. A bountiful harvest indeed. Multiple backpacks filled to the brim with ores, ripped right out of the bosom of Mother Earth, or, well, Mother Europa. I can see like the shadows of the tunnel. Yeah. So this side is currently just an empty room. Nothing. Well, the idea is to then have like a fuel tank here that's been mixed into, so we have fuel separated from everything. I realize that the area here needs to become even bigger. Alright, fine, we'll go deal with the ETs and the drinkies. Plants are unhappy. I can guess what the reason is. You, isn't it? Drink you out the way. Oh, a nice little shower. We earned it after that. Lovely expedition. Nice. 250. I guess these two have where the problems. He grabbed the seeds, but then he stopped harvesting at some point. Thriving towards seeding, yet you claim he's unhappy? How dare you, you liar. Yeah, plenty plants. I have my mouth farts. I give them to you. Freely. One. There we go. Deal with all of that. You know, eventually. There we go. Come on. There we go. I thought would have been closer. It is true. No, here we go. And sort. Lead copper volatiles. Silver and gold go pretty naturally together. Now have your... Okay. There we go. Only iron, only copper. Other gold and silver. There you go. Only volatiles. Filled with only volatiles. Other ice. Technically steel materials. Did you also have lead? Oh, you have only copper. You're the mixture. And you don't have lead. Alright then. And this one was emptied. There we go. Again, done on this front. Now. Okay. Will ices melt inside these? I do not know. All I know is item smelt some iron. We need 2 more. bits of shoot. The math there to really work out. Thankfully have it. So we do this, or we do with the wrench. Now if we add 1, 2. That's how it was. There you go. Oh, wait. Make a completely functional, if silly system like this. And that would add the 2 extra that we needed. Nope, no windows. Then we just need to do a little bit of wiring. Didn't even cost us cables. Heck yeah. Now, yeah. Then we'll see if my silly plan has worked out. So it'll be 100. $200, $300, $400, and they should go in $500. Perfect. Input of 10 liters is maintaining it. Pressure is increasing. More than we need. Increase output. There we go. Making perfect. Almost 400. Last one. $100. That's $200. 300, 400, and that's 500. We're doing the next one. One kilogram of iron. Make shoots. An extra 15. Won't be enough to do anything useful. Wait, we can smelt in multiple ingots in here? I did not know this. Oh, close the input. Increase output by 1. 10% is a little lower than here, but it's a-okay for now. And that's fine. I'll throw this one in here as well. Oh, the hell? Stop, please. Ah. You weren't on, eh? How embarrassing. Can I find any others around here? Doesn't look like it. Nothing has exploded too far. Well, I'm glad I came to have a little bit of a look-see. But now, yes. Time we do the same shit, but for copper. 100. 200. 300. 400. 500. 100. Yeah, but then output 3 seems to be working pretty well. That's a 500 gram lump of copper there. I think we can leave those on for a while. Our big chunk of iron will go here on the shelf of things. Now you should be producing shit. Yeah. Now let's see here. I do believe we have empty boxes here. Like there. Did we have inlet? Yeah, you don't like that. There we go. Now there's an extra box in there. Oh shit. 100. 200. 300. 400. And 500. 20. No, that one has other. That one has some iron. This one's iron and coal, so steel stuff. Gold and silver. Some copper. The rest. And then we pretty much just wait for the pressure to get temperature to go above 900 again. I'll turn you on. Please have heavy cable ready. Perfect. Go nuts. Bring that pressure down. Ramp up the inputs. Fair enough. Close that off. Suck in a little bit of this. 5. That should be enough. And it was. And then that should help heat that stuff up a little bit more. Now for a fact that you want some. Don't know who else wants some, so but put it in there. You're done. You're emptying yourself just fine. Get a little warm in here, so you know, just there you go. Bit of steel, bit of silver, and you've finished with all the stuff. 4 and about 5. Not the logic, but the constructibles, and here you have the green one, and here we now have 2 boxes filled with chutes.
Hydration critical.
I think I'm gonna have to make even more super heavy soon. And cooking. Now, 2 wheat, 6 wheat, 1 wheat, 3 wheat. There we go. Now they're slightly more evenly wheated up. Unleash the mouthwarts. Run away giggling. Okay, so yeah, one thing at a time. Outposting. Then gold, copper, steel, constant, and solder. Okay. So all flour has to be made manually. Fair enough. We'll find out how much we have. Let me create like so many hickin' seeds. Yeah, I think we're good. Turn all of these. All of it into flour. Ha! Minus 19. It is slowly warming up. And then eventually it'll be time. I will close these shutters. Until then. Ah. Interesting. I'm listening to those sounds too much. Okay. Now I'm assuming stack size 500. Excellent. Wake up, boy. I will show you the boy. Give me the greatest boy. Our loved one. A one-eyed wonder. Okay, so. Time to choose the heckin' labeling device. Change the maximum stack size. I like just start throwing in so that's a couple of loaves of bread. 50 indicate food. That is nice. And hang on. Hey, look at the more decayed food. Wonderful. We're gonna make fertilizer out of this yet, eventually. For now, there we go. It's fine. Creating the bread loaf. Heck, name. Yeah. So the idea was that this would be the living area where we cook our food, we store the things. All the good stuff. And in fact, I'm gonna bring these with us because they make more sense to be hanging out in the. I'm gonna bring this one as well as an emergency thing. And the cryotube needs to go here. And the shower, and then the water from here would go downstairs where we can have, or just on the other side of the wall somewhere, who knows. And we'll make a place where we can do the whole water filtration system. We'll have a tank to grab the dirty water, and the dirty water gets dealt with. There we go. Which also means, yeah, we need clean water in there. I might have to give it its own little tank in between there. Could be handy if we use like a portable tank or something. Now we got a tiny bit of stuff we can do. There we go. And now our satisfaction is not only at 100%, but it has multiple stars, which means we can do the big drink all the way to 175. We're so hydrated. We're almost taking all water. Part man, part hydration. I love it. We're gonna take these with us. I still don't know if it'll, if we finally open this thing, if it'll have proper eggs. Yes or no? We'll find out. But before we get into chickens and develop our most magical of chicken caves or holes or whatever, we'll also have a... Oh, God, fuck. Yeah. Put you there, then. And I guess this guy will hang out with us for now. Yeah, and I want all of these eventually then to have that pressure plate, so they will only make one full box of whatever they're making. But now, if we'd actually use sensible code and we'd, count the outputs and whatnot. Might be easier. But I think a quote-unquote ghetto solution would probably work just as fine. How much do you have left here? Oh god, you can make so hiking many of these. Super heavy ones, constant and maybe 200. Give you 200. There we go. Go nuts. Whole bunch of electrum there as well. And we can make so much electrum. So much electrum. But our friendo is treated and dealt with. We can have a from landing man, please. Anything interesting? Yes, for less. Interstellar Essential. Yeah, we'll look into those eventually. Ain't nobody got time for that. That's interesting. Oh yeah, we need to make more small batteries too. And we can buy them from one of those mad. Hey, hole digger's done. Excellent. That means we can just dismantle a whole bunch of this shit, which will make my life a little easier. Next, then we can connect this thing directly to that thing. There we go. It's not you, but a hand drill. Oh, ha 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 ha! Just got it in time. Nice. Well, thank you, Miniomi. I hope you're doing well as well. Thank you for the congratulations. I really do appreciate it. There we go. We can finally start dismantling this shit. Again, not entirely certain what the heck we're going to do with this giant hole, but we have one now. Sometimes that's all you need. A big old giant hole. Time to grab. Hey there, Akihiro Sugiyama. Yep, I was pretty happy with that one. dismantling the nonsense. As best as I can. Dismantling my nonsense. Anyone else can. Well, shit, gotta deal with that too. Alright, temporary solution. We deal with this. Nice. It's good. In CDDA, somehow I left my shelter, and the first thing I see is a shoggoth outside my evac shelter. Ah, nice. So it's interesting. Like, why the game thought it was a good idea to spawn that giant monster blob by only having a bare hands? Well, maybe it thought you wanted a little bit of a challenge. But in the end, it's CDDA. It doesn't think. It just randomly creates horrors. And either you make it or you don't. That's pretty much the end all of that one. Now, there is a APC here feeding power to this system. Currently there is also power being fed from over there. Now this APC should not be here. We're going to move that one first. Alright, first we gotta remove these levitating cables, and then we have our pit into the deepest reaches of hell itself. Nice and lovely. And I think you can even kill it with a machine gun. It's like a super boost. Yeah, I remember. I have played CDDA. I very much enjoy playing CDDA, and I know yes, the game is at, you know, should we say easily unfair. Okay, the purple cable goes up there through here, and here it just snags into this here APC. Now the APC is feeding into this cable. Alright, so if I just move the APC here, it should work. The music is so intense. It is, isn't it? Yeah, it's from Cyberpunk 2077. There we go. Snag the battery. Just want to make sure it doesn't, you know, fly off somewhere. There we go. Then we change tools, and I like just yoink. Throw it in the ground. Yoink. So the battery on the other side is powered then, I assume. Well, the big old machine is making the heavy cable, so let's go see if it's finished making any. I gotta see I agree that the sort of oh, the cyberpunk music is very fitting, but also like just hilariously intense for this game. It's fitting because of, you know, future sci-fi, but the intensity that it does, where it does everything, quite funny. Oh, well, thank you, Busted Knuckles, for that Prime subscription. How very kind of you. Thank you very much.
Percent raw input, percent.
Yeah, that DTS is busted when people don't take care of it. I gotta have a closer look at that one. Thank you, Busted Knuckles, for that Prime. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a most wonderful day and a most incredible coming week and coming year. Now DF music plays, which is funny. Yeah. Yeah, because for some reason because, you know, those are the markers of where this, you know, the string to be spoken begins and where it ends. So for some reason, I've noticed, especially with the Prime one, it sometimes does that where it goes like, oh, well, there's no input. I'll just read the start and end of it. And I'm like, well, how does that even work, friend? It's making super heavy. Now, if I give you that one. Okay, good. I just wanted to know if it was actually working, but we're gonna need more of these anyway. An ode of flag. I don't know, man. I'd rather make a large cardboard box, please. I'm gonna vote A. One of them in there. Where'd the other one go? Oh, it's in my hand. No, it isn't. Ah, did you go in there? It did. Also empty. Heckin' perfect. I'll just plump it there just in case. So now there's an extra cardboard box in here. This one has the heavy cables, which we needed for the solar panel systems, which we could just run over now and install and have that be just done. Especially because it should be powering these cables here. But oh, yeah. But it isn't. So, shit needs fixing, yo. Now we got power going through here. Wonderful. Put you there. We're gonna put this in this pocket. Reads the code itself. Yeah. But it's funny because I've noticed others who use similar systems to me have similar issues. So I wonder where the problem actually, you know, is. Is it, because it feels like there we go. It would be on the, you know, on my side if I send that information to the TTS. But I know there's been at least one other streamer who sometimes has recently had similar things. So it might be the actual thing reading the TTS that is having the issue, because I'm using the Google Cloud TTS service, and it sometimes does that. So would it be that surprise someone decided, hey, yo, you know what our completely functional TTS system needs? I think it needs more AI. So we can't put that there because it's the heavy cable straight. Now, if we then try to put a small free one, can't do that either. So the chutes and cables can't go through each other except when they do sometimes. Okay, so this APC needs to be moved, but where would it go? I guess we could just pull this cable across and then down again. Wrong one. We look in the red one. We switch over to the wire cutters. We could put those there for now, and we look inside here. There we go. But that won't directly work either, unless we put the APC up here. And then back from the DF, back to, you know, very intense. Okay. That seems to have done it for now. I'm glad I made all these extra APCs and stuff. Yeah, you can live like that for now. Now this goes into this APC, then it goes up, goes APCs there, and then the other APC which is placed. Works. Absolutely well. Now we got heavy, we got super heavy, and we got a bunch of normal. Now normal is then used for mostly the like smaller tools. And that'll be okay. Now. Yeah, that'll be okay. So here, we'll need a corner in that one. And that one will connect to this one, so we got a 5 and 3. Yep. Heckin' perfect. I say so myself, 338 days without dying. Almost a full year here in this beautiful land of Europa. Contents are empty. Gold and silver being... Oh, now I got some dirty ore in ya. Also means that unless we do anything crazy, we can probably get rid of that sorter as well. Well, all of this need to be redesigned anyway, because the idea is to turn this entire area here, put down floors, have the centrifuges, so we will have the ore processing happening essentially here. Then into the room there that we built that has nothing in it will be then these sort of ore reservoirs essentially, so We'll process the ores here. They'll be output into more chutes, and then they go through sorters where they identify the various ores. Then they get sent into their appropriate silos, and then we can, request them from there essentially. That's the idea. Sorry about that. There we go. Now our dude has a little hunger and a little thirst. I'm thinking, well, we need to go do the feeding, so might as well use this chance to run back here. Then have a little looky-loo. Let's see how that battery we built is doing. So along this thing, there should be pretty much only lamps. Now we might not do a separate heavy cable for the elevator. Not that I really want to. But I was thinking that because I don't know if I want the power cable here to also carry the music information, which it would be. Because right now you go down here, you do all that stuff, and also you go across here, go there, and all the way up. So we should be getting power from our wonderful little solar panel array. But it doesn't feel like it does, though. Let's have a quick look see at this guy, by the way. How are you doing? You're at 93%, so we need to muck about in the base for long enough, which is good. $141. There's O2 and nitrogen, which helps make sure that this is, in fact, properly recognized as a completely separate room. Are you being charged? You're being discharged. Let me turn you off for a while. I think should, in theory, start charging, albeit extremely slowly. And there we go. Where's my... There it is. The cutters are the wires. That power. Efficiency is 99%. Oh. I guess I should make a couple of more of these. How many can we fit as is? 1, 2, well, 3 more. Only generating 187. Huh. I guess I should deconstruct and reconstruct these because, well, they're damaged, aren't they? So they're making less power. In a wild mood, that surprises no one. Why put solar panels inside, out of curiosity? Well, Red Fogel, that is because on this map we have these wonderful things known as storms essentially, and they damage them, which you can, because we can see as I was looking at that one solar panel, it was damaged. You see, the storms won't break these here. If we built like heavy solar panels, they also would tolerate the weather and so on. But, you know, that costs resources. It's easy to build them a little greenhouse. Keep them nice and safe in here. So now we have 28 devices. Oh, that's just logic information. How about the power, though? Actual 4.14 kilowatts, potential 4.14, required 7.5 megawatts. Yeah, the only thing that's requiring the power currently, I guess, would be this guy, who's powering this one, who is powering the lamp
Have a drink
and the logic. Well, hello, Dragon's Breath 9. Hello, hello, I go to space. Well, hello there, Dragon's Breath. Well, that is a very cute emote. The space goes well. And thank you for the hydrate. Hero. And the last clunk left. The glass blocks UV. I guess the game doesn't simulate that part. No, it does not, Red Fogel. Thankfully. Yeah, because I'm looking at this one, you see it has a health number, the health at 59%, because when I first see repair using duct tape, glass sheets, Mark II duct tape, glass and or stellite glass sheets. So we can use glass sheet to fix this. And on the moon there are solar storms. They don't damage the panels, but they make your panels output way more power. Careful for frying your wires. That is very true. Yeah, I had them on the moon, and I calculated what is the maximum amount we can have along a heavy cable. Let's see if I can find the old number math here.
Hunger caution.
Nope, can't find it. I guess it must have been a different notebook. But yeah. Yeah, so on the moon, yeah, you should realize that the maximum output of your solar panels is actually a lot more than you'd think on account of the solar storm. And it doesn't break anything, but an atmospheric storm will break things, including solar panels. But then they also make your windmills produce a lot more power, which also then you have to take into account. Series of War. Yeah, we have our, because the game doesn't actually have much of its music, so I have the Dwarf Fortress OST, Dwarf Fortress Adventure OST, Cyberpunk 2077 OST, and the Pillars of Eternity OST, all mixed up into one giant playlist. So yeah, there's no like a direct theme. It's just I just put all the OSTs I own into one giant playlist. Oh, and Mars First Logistics as well. So refilling my drink. There we go. Well, thank you, Dragon's Breath 9, for that photo. I really do appreciate it, and I hope you have a most wonderful day, friend. But, and then again, for Akira, that hydrate, let's do it properly this time. Cheers, everyone. Oh, and then there's that. Now we could... I don't really have duct tape. But what I do have is the powers of cheese. Now we do this. Oh yeah, we do. First we put this one away just so it's easy to move stuff around. Now this one has constructibles, includes iron. I guess electronic parts can hang out here for now. As well as the steel sheeties. Okay, we do have a little bit of duct tape, but I'm not going to use it here. Because that is for, you know, when we damage our suits, which also has taken a little bit of damage. Thankfully, duct tape saved us once again. And we only have one glass sheet. Whoop, wrong one. It is this one, and... No. Sometimes these things jump into strange places. No. You're damaged, you're damaged, you're damaged. You're not. Oh, gosh. And that is how, using the powers of cheese, you can fix your solar panel. Just disassemble it and reassemble it. But you have to disassemble it all the way. Just removing the glass and putting it back again isn't enough. Does the storm damage your EVA suit too? Not as far as I know. I haven't noticed it, at least. And if it did, it probably most likely would not harm the suit I'm wearing currently. And I didn't do it, which is the hard suit, which is the more advanced space suit. It's no, it's no harm suit, but it is, it's better. The hard suit is still better than your basic. Okay, so now they're all working. You're losing power. You got a little bit charged, actually. Potential for 2.36 megawatts. Now, I want this thing to be eventually controlled by code. So we'll have batteries. I get regularly get passively filled. And if only when it's required, would you put out more? Actual 192, potential 308, required 192. So if we... Oh well, it'll work. Now we have our pressure equalizer valve, passive input, passive output, and a one-way valve. So, because of the windows, eventually the sunlight will warm up the insides, and as gases warm up, they expand. We have our sensors, we have our logic using the math on the sensors to make sure these guys follow the sun. So that's all working. Today's goal, which has also been like a goal of many days, is finally done. For now, eventually I think I might have to then put in even more solar panels just because I can. Because I built a large platform and I want to build, walls all the way around it and covered in solar panels pretty much with windows up top and all that jazz. And then it would be neat if the elevator would be inside, because it brings it down deep into the mountain. And then once your suit damaged, it was because I built a chute above me, and there was not enough space for me to fit beneath it. So the game physics for a little while like smooshed me all together and like popped me out, and that was enough to say for the suit to take damage. So sometimes the game's like physics has slight jank. Because where I built it, if I would have stood on like a frame like this, I would have fit like fine. But I was standing on top of one of these, which made me go up just a little bit.
Hunger critical.
Alright. Which was enough for my... After building the piece, the space was, you know, cramped enough for my character to not actually fit in there. So it counted him as being in somewhere you can't be. So you took, like, I guess, impact damage. Now I need to finish the ceiling part on this giant tunnel as well, and close to the beginning where we're running into, figure out what to do there. Like, yeah, we're gonna like wall up, use the dirt moving device to plug up the holes. In general, I'm very happy with this tunnel. It is just a tunnel, but I got it extremely straight because I found that the ogres existed, and this has been a very good run. Like, I'm pretty sure I still have under 200 hours in this game. So relatively new. We've been playing, every run is permadeath, so if you die, you gotta start from the beginning. Our first adventures were on the moon. We're doing a pretty good run until I put a large amount of volatile ice into the furnace, thinking I could smelt it in there. Instead, it just exploded in my face, killing my poor man. And now that is why we are here on Europa. Because we wanted to up the ante. And also we raised the difficulty to Stationeer, which is the highest difficulty, I believe. Astroergonomics, we don't give a shit about that. Stellar System Store could be interesting, but I don't... We need to automate. What I need is better satellite dish. And have a look at... Well, how does the game look at... Read all this information about what's happening here in between. And see if we can make an automated detection of...
Waste tank caution.
Okay. So if we finally have a warning system for the weather, but it just says, you know, when it detects the storm, it just says storm incoming. Not much else. So it could do with a bit of a tweak. Ooh, 4% for the food, 6% for the water. And waste time. Ooh, and our oxygen is running low. Wonderful.
Air tank low.
Indeed, I didn't notice. Consumer loaf. Delicious, delicious bread. Tier 4. Now, high tier food means that your hydration can go even higher. Low tier food means you get like penalty on your hydration. The tier 4 high tier food, well, it goes all the way up to 174 or 5 technically. And with a shower, we can get our hygiene all the way up to 150. But the suit. Yeah, it's fine. And we look at this one. There's 7 liters of water in the pipes. Should be even more inside the tank itself. Then that's fine. We are actually wearing the suit. Good. I always gotta check before I have once already jumped into the airlock, activated it, and then it opened, and then I realized I wasn't wearing my helmet. Thankfully it was here, so our dude could still breathe, but he did almost get unfortunate lung damage. There we go. The good thing about Europa is that the atmosphere is pure oxygen. Very nice. The difficulty is that it's at minus 149, so if you try to breathe it, you'll just burn and destroy your lungs, which is less than ideal. Shower 2 have fancy. It is, isn't it? Well, we've had explosions. We've have filtrate. You know what? We're going to go in there and we're going to do a thing. And that thing is getting this fuel tank refilled. Because I sort of accidentally... I was thinking, like, I'll pump a little bit of fuel gas into this pipeline. And apparently, it fit everything in there. So that's nice. So we're going to empty fuel tank. Hey. This room is leaking heat. There you go. How warm is it in here? Oh, you're empty? Excellent. I'll turn you off. You're off. You're okay. You're okay. And you're empty, which is very okay. And for now, I guess we'll open that one. And then you can vent to the outside. Because I don't want... Oh, there's fucking nitrogen in here. Okay. My ghetto airlock. There we go. Now, see? Nice draft. Open up all the doors. Because if there's only oxygen in here, I can use this active vent here to suck out the oxygen in the air into this tank. And here I stored, because I have... This is sort of where I had my old base. Then I built all of this around the old tiny base. Well, the ruins thereof. I mean, there used to be walls here, but then there was a big explosion early on. But in your starter furnace, and I started harvesting the hot gases when I realized, wait, I can use this to just recycle back in and like melt my stuff. That's amazing. And a bunch of that is still here. And it's 230 degrees Celsius, so... I was wondering, wait, why is that N2O still in gas form? Well, that's okay. If it turns liquid, it'll just burst these pipes and we'll have a bad time. But before he does that, we could... You know what? I could have a passive fuel liquid vent. Because it's so fucking cold here, so if it leaks out, it should very quickly turn into gas. I mean ice. So yeah, that is something I should do. But what I have is a small heat exchanger, which I'm using then to warm up the oxygen here into a nice pleasant 30 degrees Celsius. Still has 26.7 kilomoles of it, so yeah. And then we have a little in-between tank. I pump the oxygen in here, and then from there we have a pressure regulator putting it in here. Yeah. NOS needs a minimum pressure of like 900 kilopascals to condense. Well, it has 21.8 megapascals. But the temperature is above 200 Celsius, so yeah, it should still be a gas form. It's a 150-ish when it starts turning into liquid, isn't it? Of course, it needs 800 kilopascals. Thank you for letting me know, Balin. Balin Alamein on the YouTube side. And less than 158 Celsius. I'll keep that in mind. Now, I do believe at least one of us... Yeah. One of these. Flap top is actually... Didn't need it changed that much. Welder is doing well with his nuclear battery. There. All the tools are in action. We have all the chutes we could ever need. Have you truly run out of a resource? Electrum. Even that wasn't enough to fill one. Well, that can't be right. There we go. So we look inside here, we look inside here, we look inside here, and we put these here, and we are A-okay for a heavy, super heavy cable for hopefully a little while. With any luck. This will be enough. Connect these bases. You know what? Who the fuck needs luck? We have infinite gold and silver, so make more. More! Ooh. 134 and 135. That is an app. I like it. There we go. I know, yeah, this thing... Yeah. Not like any old good old porch construction. Needs to have a closer look at it. tiny bit of nitrogen still here. We'll just gonna let that heck, flush out. That thing should, in theory, be producing power. Sorry about that. Power. We haven't done it yet, but I think I'm gonna have to need a... Yeah, we're gonna have to build a wireless transmitter over at the solar thing, and we will be mirroring the value of something, or we'll do it a passive one. But then you have to write into the setting. But somehow, I was thinking we could have the wireless ones read the sort of battery situation. And then through those, we could then control the other ones. Yeah. Wireless ones reading the every, battery array we have effectively. They all have wireless ones. They all send that information out, and then we'll have a sort of central managing script somewhere, which is reading all of this information and deciding what to do with these various places. Because through this, they would then also control the local transformers. So the idea was, I personally just think it could be a neat thing if we could have a... All that needs to be rebuilt, but that's going to be mildly annoying. But yeah, I have a sort of reactive system. Where various places would be able to sort of more or less request power when they want it. And then the various places would be then opening up the valves, if you will. Come on. So it'll be... Okay, let's walk here, okay? Now, if this one's here, one in the middle, one on the side. There. Just needed a sort of visual indicator for, like, where exactly I'll be building things. Do I have any more floor pieces? Please tell me I made more floor pieces. I didn't, but I have one. There. No more risk of falling into the mining hole. Or at least less. And I think a 3. Come on. Nope. There we go. Back on track, boys. Back on the tracks. Here we go. See, we do this, we do that, we do this. This way, the heavy cable won't have to do a weird little squiggle either above or below the chute, because effectively in that corner, the way I had built it, the chute is changing on which side of the tunnel it's being built, and that was causing me a bit of trouble. Now that the chute, where we're going first. Instantly filled with regret about my choice. You know what? I'll throw these here. And there. And I realize I want the... we need so much more floor grating as well. Good thing we went hunting for all those sweet, lovely, and delicious pieces of iron. Now, where to go in here is in that corner. That's the one, right? Yeah, because 1, 2, 3. Perfect. Here as well, we would probably do it with a number 3 piece. One of these weird ones. And perfect, yeah, it just goes inside the... around a little bit, but no, it's okay as long as you don't ask too many awkward questions. And with any luck, we'll have enough. It's possible we don't. Okay.
Work is shit. I do not recommend. 0/10.
Ah, sucks. That is most unfortunate, Game Potato. Most unfortunate indeed. I hope he gets better eventually. So, roll R6. If we do that, then we need to get the logic here sort of locked in. Come on, come on. It's a trap. Don't do it, chat. Be free. Hmm. It's true. Not even a joke. Trust the professional. They actually have a job. Unlike some of us. Okay, let's see here. Come on, shoot a big booty. We can do this. Awkward point. We finally get there. Like how sensible people have like actual outposts that are like completely separate from the main like structure. Me? Nah. I want to use my ogre, build giant underground tunnels, connect them all together into one like proper, installation. Like proper service tunnels. And even this one, we're not doing it now, but we might. I mean, not might, but we could do what we did with the other tunnel where we also did make some changes to the cable where between every piece of 10 there's a single one, so we can do a crossing there and, you know, apply a battery-powered lamp. And then we'll have the entire tunnel illuminated. See, now that I said that, and I did it like slightly in jest, and now I just sort of realized, like, god dang, now I have to do that, now don't I? Because we did it in the other tunnel. And it would be, you know, dishonest of me to not do it here. And so far, I mean, mostly it's moving the sort of existing chutes, so we haven't even touched our new chute materials. But the super heavy cable is, yeah, running a little low. Good thing is, like I said, that we have a large amount of gold and silver for the electrum, so we can make a massive heckin' electrum. Oh, there we go. Big old giant hunk of electrum, and then the other alloy, and then just make more entire cardboard boxes filled with nothing but high, super heavy cable. Yep, you go there, and we. Are we done here? No, yeah. Use your UR plastics, steels, and walls. So it's time to open this one. We can close the tool belt, because when we look in this cardboard box, we look at the green one. Check the red one as well, because it just, yeah, that is only heavy. There's already normal and some fuses, which we should have put there in the other place. And this one has these. Okay. Then the other inventory has at least 2 entire cardboard boxes. Yep, that this is now the last of the super heavy. So we won't be able to bring nothing but hecking chutes. But with the way I'm building shit, I'll probably run out of chutes anyway. Won't be too long. I'm really learning to enjoy the power of a good chute. And also, of course, you know, the super heavy, it goes in stacks of 50. The chute goes in stacks of 10 and takes... Thankfully, they have the straight 10 piece where you use 8 pieces to build the 10 piece. Same for the super heavy. Which is why even if I would have, you know, smaller energy needs, like for the elevator shaft, because I was thinking like I might want to have a separate cable to carry just information. Alright, that was the last of that one. Because we wanted to do the elevator music. And like I said, I don't think I want this cable all the way here as well, playing the elevator music. Now that I'm thinking about it, though, we could have different kinds of music, right? One empty box, second box full of chutes. And by that I mean, so we could have speakers here. I mean, this is if we do find the time to figure out how to make proper music. So I made a very shitty loop. It was fun to make. I ended up doing some off-stream Googling about, you know, known series of chords and so on. And I used those to pretty much make the nonsense we have right now. But I don't... I'm very, very much not a musician. But I'm getting inspiration from some of the music we've been listening to, especially the stuff from March 1st Logistics, because they are also using sort of very, like, relatively simple beats in a way. So that I can even I can like notice, like, wait a minute, okay, I see what you're doing. You're doing this and you do that. Okay, cool. I can work with this. And yes, Ubitus. We have run out of shoot. I think one of these. Yes, thank the Jeebus. We still had a few. If we, I dare not look behind because I don't want to know how much we have left. All I can do is reverse, build, shoot. And hope that I will accidentally stumble and fall out of the mountainside. Because that is what we achieved. There's snow. That means we're relatively... Yeah, we got attached good. It means we are close to surface. Oh, we kind of made it. We have no chutes left over, effectively, though. Okay, there's no chutes there, no chutes there, no chutes here. This one is empty, that one is empty. And here we have our deep miner kit. So, yeah. We can need so many more chutes. But we have 8, which means we at least got to use literally all of it. You stick out like that is fine, because we need to build the base I want to do like a bit more that way. In fact, we're going to have multiple ones, because in this general area, the game has like these general... Let's see here, how can I explain this in a way that would make sense? Without me overly convoluting it extra. So we're going to do this. Now change out the network analyzer for the deep miner, because deep mining is a thing. That is what we want to do here. And there's regions. And different regions have different ore compositions. Now, in here, see if we go this way, a little bit more. See, now I have a different region with a much more interesting ore composition, or well, not much more interesting, but it has iron, copper, and silicon. Now, iron and copper, as you've noticed when I go really excited when mining, is things we really need. We go through them a lot. Silicon as well, but at 0.1% it is okay. We go, and that is why here, and here's gold and silver, which is the deep miner that we ran past to get here in the tunnel, is inside this region. Let's see, then the range here, iron, copper, and silicon. Oh, it's interesting. So if we go Northwest Highlands, Northwest Range. So this close, it'll have iron, copper, and silicon. If we move the deep miner that is in there here as well, and we put this one on, in front of, or on this side, the thing above, then we get gold and silver. And if I remember correctly, and we go far enough here, then deep in here, we're actually in the northern trough with silver, nickel, and lead. And this way we'll have a nice composition of different kinds of ores. So that's why I'm planning on eventually then building a proper actual outpost here, where we have multiple deep miners constantly picking up the dirty ore. We'll have the centrifuges, because we can have the fuel. There's a gas-powered centrifuge, which is much more efficient than the electrical one. A lot faster, but also a bit more finicky, and especially I'm assuming, considering the fact that we'll be feeding it fuel, gas, explosives, there's a chance of it exploding and all that. So we have to then figure out how that thing works. We'll have those, and they'll be spinning extra fast, much more efficient, so they can handle multiple deep miners and so on. And yeah, but first we're just gonna build a little outpost, connect it with the heavy cable. We'll have running fuel pipes all the way down with the tunnel. No, Red Focal, that would be nuts even for me. No, what we're gonna do is just have our gas mixer, and we're gonna copy the code that we're now using in 2 locations which makes our own gas mixture, essentially. Because what we need is just the volatile ices we've been finding all over the place. Mine even more of those, put a bunch of them in a silo or something, keep it nice and cold, keep it out here. And then as necessary, we'll send them through an ice crusher or some other form of heating them up, turning them into gas. Either an ice crusher, which is, nice and automatic. All it costs us is a little bit of electricity. It's fine. We can use that to turn that ice into gas. And then, because the atmospheric composition of this place is pure oxygen, which is the other part. For a fuel, you need an oxidizer, which in this game is volatiles and oxygen. That's your basic fuel. There's of course rocket fuel, which uses a different oxidizer, which is then very, very dangerous, or super fuel. So we can suck in the oxygen for free from here, because that's why you might have seen whenever I see ice of the type of oxide, I don't care here, because there's infinite oxygen around me. All I need to do is heat it up, and by using the furnace, I end up with a large amount of hot waste gas anyway, so I don't need to. I can snag the heat from there as long as I store it. So this map has been a very fun and interesting way to learn about the importance of insulated pipes, insulated tanks, and so forth. Because on the moon, things being a vacuum, I'm glad heat isn't lost too efficiently there, which you shouldn't in a vacuum. Yeah, but miles of fuel pipe feels fun, doesn't it? No, that feels horrifying, Red Fogel. Especially because if we do that, they all have to be insulated. We have to have some sort of analyzers at multiple points, make sure they don't somehow. We have to maintain pressure, we have to maintain temperature, because gas pipes, once they have liquid inside, might burst. If the liquid freezes, it'll absolutely burst, and so on. So it'll just be easier for me to have it localized there. And also, that way, in case the fuel source in point A explodes, it's okay, I have my other fuel mixers as well. Just like at the base, I have my fuel mixer, which I was supposed to bring my portable fuel tank to, but I got it as far as bringing the tank inside the airlock, and I just now remembered that I put it there. And when you play Vulcan, you can learn how difficult cooling can be. Oh, Neff, I know, yeah. In the end, what is cold? Cold is a lack of heat. So cooling is easy in this place. Because, generating heat is easy because you just burn fuel and whatnot. So generating heat, not that big of a challenge. And generating cold, like the lack of it. Like, so see, this thing's generating just dirty ore, and is gold and... See, this is in the... No, that's the wrong one. We do... There we go. See, here we do the... And... There we go. Gold and silver. So that's why, because this one was also at the place where all those areas met, this deep miner is going to move over there eventually. But first we're going to add more deep miners, and then everyone will just be putting in dirty ore in these pipes, in these chutes, so that they go through the centrifuges, and everything gets dealt with. You can use tunnels as gas pipes if you seal them at both ends. Well, Red Fogel, you're not wrong. You're not wrong at all. Interesting. Which also means, if we dig a large tunnel, and we seal the end, we put a gas sensor inside, and we use a certain logic, because first we let it get filled with the atmosphere, which we need to be just oxygen, and we just keep on pumping in volatiles until the internal atmosphere becomes the perfect fuel mixture, and then we somehow just ignite it and watch the walls explode. Because I don't think explosions destroy terrain. Would be a time limit though. Well, Neff, you're absolutely correct, but we can put up walls or doors that are open. So the gas would still be exchanged. So it would still effectively end up being a pipe. There's an extremely inefficient one because so far it seems that pipes kind of transport gas magically immediately through the entire network. Ooh, see, it just got a little something and fed it to these bad boys who are being controlled by a stupid piece of logic who doesn't care
Wow.
if they got nothing to do.
Fun fireball.
Bust a knuckle, yeah. It felt like a silly little idea, but but the more I think about it, I'm thinking, hey, yeah, maybe we should. So Century 4 does have contents. Century 5 has nothing. Century 6, somehow, why do you get ore when you don't? Or have you recently gone through an emptying process? Because I built it, I can see, in a very stupid way, in that it's just overflow valves. When no more ore fits that way, push ore that way, pretty much. We're gonna build a sensible system one of these days, but guess what? That day is not today. Especially because if we built it the other way around, see, what if this one pointed into there, and then the overflow went to the side and like curled back here and went through in there. It'll take more like floor space, but it is doable. I wish we could determine which way is the sort of the desired direction. I would like it to focus on putting things to the side, and if it can't fit, let it go straight to the front. Seeds of Chaos planted. Yes, Red Fogel. Because, so the rooms are maximum size, and if we place down the ogre, it digs a tunnel that is a maximum X, which I believe is 200 blocks. I have no idea what the maximum room size is. And yeah, I was wondering, how would we ignite the fuel inside? So we pump in the volatiles, and inside we just need a piece of pipe with passive vents. With a passive vent or the cap that allows gas to pass through, and then on the pipe, you know what we do? We add a pipe igniter, which ignites flammable things. Then the insides, start burning, leak out, ignite everything else. We got a plan there. 1,000, I believe. 1,000 liters. Ooh. Oh, Balin Alamein on the YouTube side, sharing the deep dark secrets of maximum room size is 12,000 frames cubed. So I'm assuming 12,000 frames in any direction. So it's not like the maximum size would be, because if it's just the cubes at the maximum, so it wouldn't be, if you make a slim room, you can make it really long. I'm assuming, there's a cube, and those are the limits of the maximum size. But still, 12,000 frames? That sounds like 200 blocks would be just fine. So we can in fact make an ogre explosion tube. Well, that's on the to-do list now. It has to be done. Shit. Nice. Thank you, chat. That is actually a really fun idea. I'm looking forward to building it. Might take a while until we get there. But we'll get there. Question. Why are you trying to explode a tube? Neff. Why not? If you can make a ridiculously giant explosion in the name of science, because we need to know, can explosions destroy terrain? And I don't care what the wiki says, I will discover the truth on my own. And I want to see what happens. No, good old challenge accepted mode. Oh, that was into landing pad. Oh, I've been pumping in the wrong heckin' direction. Spacey spices. That sounds fun. gravels. Now we'll be okay on the hydration and food front for a while now. That's at 35. So the spices will in the other direction.
Hunger critical.
That should be enough. Interrogate. We'll see what the gravels have to do. At least they'll sell ores, which might be handy for us, because yeah, we need to. I was so excited about all my mining. Like, oh, I had so many things, and then I'm already running out. And I need more chutes. So, while they land. Okay, pure oxygen inside again. Yo, how you doing? Ran out of electrum? Who would have known? And we have 200 grams of Constantin. So here's 80 more. I'll deal with you in a sec. Right now we need to go and deal with them. Chow down our most delicious bread loaf. You know, just take off everything except the glasses. Oh, leave them on. Eat that bread loaf. There we go. Drink from the fountain. Heckin' delicious. Squeeze in here awkwardly. There we go. And miraculously put on the spacesuit first, and the jumper that goes beneath later. Like a mouse. Hey there, Raggy. How you doing? Happy Philip Day. Anniversary, Hanno, son of Hanno. It is true, Raggy. It is true. It is the affiliate anniversary. 1 year ago, they decided to give me money for doing this. I love it. I wish they'd give me more, though. I'm working on it. It has been a long road. Will be a longer road still. But slowly, but surely, that number has been increasing. Thank you, everyone, for making it happen. Hey, look at that bastard. Planting them wheats. I really also want to try to play around and figure out how the Larry works. But I must resist, because first I have ideas for how to make the Harvey work in the way they would actually have inputs and outputs. So I'm going to build an entirely different greenhouse for the Larry to handle. But this one will eventually, well, post deep miner pretty much. Post outpost. We'll look at doing that one, and for it all to be easier, we're gonna make it all deal with just wheat. The wheat room. Nothing but wheat. The wheaty beaties, batitis. Ooh, see? That's a 49er. So we do... That's 100 gold. 100 silver. Wow. Let's do 100 silver, 100 gold. That'll be 400. But I hope you're doing well, Raggy. Oh, that's weird. Doing well, it's waking up, trying to decide what the next move here is. I hope you're having a pleasant morning, my friend. God, I love these tunes, man. I mean, Mars First Logistics is a fun game, you know, Legos in space kind of thing, like building your own rover. No real punishment for failure. It's just fun, good times. And then it's got tunes like this. Good. It's all called closed. Oh, see, I can't do math. $250 plus $250. That's gonna make 500 grams. And then it's Pillars of Eternity. A bit more dramatic. Very different direction with this one. Alright. Melting the last one, so now we need to get that pressure beneath 2.4 megapascals. Oh, and now there's ads. That's fine. Let's open up the outputs. So half a kilo of electrum. I always wanted to make something with electrum, but you know, I'd have to make my own mixture. I got the silver for it. I mean, it wouldn't be pure because it's sterling silver, so it has a little bit of copper in it. But other than that, I'd recall if you ended up checking out Hightail Adventure Story. Found you from the VS. Lol, early morning. Hello there, Sniper Gecko. Yeah, I know. I was aware of Hightail, and thanks to your prompting as well. Yeah, I might have a yes, both the early access thing. So we're waiting for that to happen eventually, and then we'll check how that one works out. But hope you're doing well, Sniper Gecko. Hope you're having a good time. But yeah, because I knew Hightail. I've sort of like from the side, sort of like passively known about her, keep on hearing about it. Seemed like an interesting game. Tragic that the, you know, project went under for a little while. Then it was wonderful that some of the people found support and ability to work together with the Vintage Story people. And then the project has then recently been resurrected. Excellent news for all the fans of the genre. Now, did you have any iron? No, we went on the steel, silver, copper. Is this iron? Ooh, half a kilo of fucking iron. Go nuts. Oh, fuck. Turn on the stacker. That usually helps. And this one too. Now with whatever I'm doing, I pretty much always need more of these. So well, let's make some more Constantin as well. I don't know, but well, I'm partial, I guess. Yeah. But it seems like a very interesting game, and I'm hoping it turns out cool. And I will gladly support that kind of creativity that entire project sort of supports and represents. And I happen to have some Christmas money, so that's okay. And we need copper and we need nickel. None of those in there. We're gonna need more nickel. And power, I guess. Part and partial. Oh, sorry. My toddler woke my grandmother, so the morning was her screaming at my wife and I. Oh no! And you'd think a grandmother would understand how the toddlers can be. Like, hey yo, you made these before. None of this should be a surprise. Now, yeah, she only wants kids run when it suits her. Classic grandma nonsense. Okay, above 1 kilokelvin and pressure above 20. So the pressure we can suck here from there. The temperature that is not enough because it is above a kilokelvin, but when these get smelted and degassed, the temperature will go down. So that's what we have the fuel for. Sucking that gas. Also, remember, oh god, not again. Close the output. 1 megapascal of pressure. Ooh, well, ignite it. Look at that. Look at that. That can go. Temperature keeps on increasing. And if it remains hot enough, so we got the correct pressure as well. We might even have to pump out. Now some hot gas. It's getting pumped into this one. Pressure at, ooh, pretty high actually. In the pipe network. So we're going to open up this gun. Let a little bit of it flow into this one. So to ease that pressure. Because if it goes above 50, our back pressure regulator will be, you know, allowing some of it to escape to make sure things don't explode. Nitrous oxide, pollutant, volatile carbon dioxide. Pressure at 30. Pressure here keeps on increasing, and temperature is crazy high. That's okay. It was like that growing up too. Phrases like effing useless were uncommon. Oh, hot nuggets. Well, that is very unfortunate. Now 27. Yeah, I think we're good. And close that one. So your output keeps on going into this pipe system, leaking there. All of that is good jazz. So we can keep on recycling this shit. And this one, well, it's a whole bunch of carbon dioxide, I guess. I'll open you up. We made a bunch of constant tanana. You can go in there. Look at me being all silly and shit. Grab you. Two basic chutes. I have no idea if chutes allow gases to exist. I mean ice to exist without melting. I do know that windowed ones can make them melt, but I don't know if that's just because of exposure to sunlight and shit. Which is usually one of the things that affects this. Alright, throw that there, and see. So now the really hot gas we sucked in from there is going through this one-way valve into this sort of like in-between tank system, and this one is automatically using the external oxygen and a heat exchanger to cool it down until it reaches a target temperature of 200 degrees Celsius. And I should see about making this one work as well. Because right now, okay, it let out really hot gas in here for a little while. Not that it really matters, like where it's cooled down, but I don't know if I want these guys to be at really crazy heat. It is, I want them to be hot enough to like remain gas and not turn liquid because, well, gas pipes and liquids don't like each other. And then these should be at sort of room temperature. Now, this guy went here. We grab the tool of choice. Attach. And this machine is constantly making, using the powerful magic of mathematics, making a perfect heckin' fuel mixture. 33.3 to 66.7. Oh, freaking magical. And filling up this one. Now, the problem here was the pressure. So now this one should be constantly trying to maintain a pressure of around 17,000, so 17 kilopascals, megapascals here, which is below the maximum pressure of the tank. The pipe can go to 50 or above 50, 60-ish. Ooh. Star Rupture was another game I wanted to mention. Yes, I've seen people play it. Today I started, launched Steam, got an advert for it. I'm like, oh, that one. I remember the trailers. I'm going to have to watch people play it and see whether or not it lives up to the hype of what I imagine it would be. Or because, it wouldn't be the first time when something seems really cool, it finally comes out, then you see the game, it's like, oh, that's not really what I thought it would be. C'est la vie? Mm-hmm. Exactly. But that is also why I very much like streaming. Also, as a streamer, I'm watching other streamers because that way I can see them play the game. I don't have to rely on marketing materials to figure out what is or isn't happening. I can watch them play the game, and especially if I know that these are streamers who I enjoy watching and I feel like I have similar tastes, then getting their like honest feedback can be extremely valuable. And Startup sure looks like a Satisfactory. I do like me a Satisfactory. It's a really fun game. I wouldn't mind, a secondary Satisfactory. Just like I wouldn't mind a secondary like a Factorio. Alright, you are heating them to 286. Yeah, we don't need to do that anymore. So there you go. Crush some of that ice. Because you only have 700. Oh, look at those moles increase. Heckin' beautiful. The temp is going down actively. And then we see the input percentages are also then changing actively. And do that, yes, the mixture remains heckin' perfect. Oh, god damn it, I love mathematics. Well, heckin' magical. Here, have a few more. No more on those. And then we'll slap that one there so we can keep on filling that one. Now, we're gonna have to make systems using sorters and unloaders and so on, so we can just throw in an entire backpack and it'll automatically empty it and send it to a crusher, or we build a sort of smelting room where I was imagining that I'd have a tank of warm, if not hot, volatile gas, or a radiator actually. I could just use a radiator, that's true. So a radiator linked to, say, like the waste gases we collect from our my furnace. So that way we have a really hot radiator in a room, and we have a chute leading in there that just keeps on vomiting out freaking volatile ice. And as it melts in there, then the radiator maintains... we don't want it actually be too insanely hot because we don't want things to auto-combust. So we'll have it warm enough to smelt. That'll be enough. And then we have, a vent sucking it out. We can have a pressure detector or a back pressure valve. Do back pressure valves just open or do they pump? I can't remember that one. So maybe it'll be better, just for safety's sake, we put a sensor in there to make sure that the pressure remains, not too high. And the general temperature inside. If the temperature gets too hot, stop heating that motherfucker up. And if we don't want the pressure to go too low, because if you accidentally create a vacuum, well, then it'll be a slightly harder to smelt the ice in there. Oh, would you look at that? I was mucking about, and that thing has finished again. There's too much math happening around me, I think. Considering the mild lag happening here. Yeah, turbo pumps in these to like vacuum out those pipes quickly is a-okay. Outside there we could probably do a different one. You know. And it's funny because as the cooling is cooling down the gas, it's shrinking and making more space for the extra hot gas on the other side of this valve, which is not as cool. But look here, so we hear that shows us how hot the gas is in this tank, ergo in these pipes. So if we look at the other one, it remains at 856 Celsius. I guess it has cooled down a bit more than I thought. Oh wait, no, Kelvin. It'll be over 1,000, so that'll be okay. But yeah, very small amounts keep on getting leaked into this one. Yeah, but this in-between state probably is kind of pointless, to be honest. How much do you have here? We have 1.7 kilomoles already. Not bad. How about you? 17 kilomoles, but the pressure is at 12 megapascals, so it's okay still. CO2 is at 6.7. Nitrogen in at 4.81. Speaking of nitrogen, actually, we could do a little shenanigan. Let's see here. We do
Jetpack critical.
not sure where the oxygen and CO2 came in from, but that's okay. There you go. Refilled my jetpack. Mostly nitrogen. Some CO2 and O2 in there won't really cause too much of a problem. Tiny amounts of pollutants in here, most likely from me spray painting inside here. You know what? Fuck it. Open it up. So now, even it's cooling, it's also heating up now because the hot gas is being sucked in because the gas that we had here is being pumped into here. Now being filtered through these machines into there. Ooh, that's neat. Now it's cooling down again. Nifty. Alright, well I can leave those active, because now we got here some slightly hotter gas, making sure these guys stay hot, and these guys will be also then constantly actively cooled further. Yes. It is all okay, everything is working. All we need to do now is throw more volatile ice in here. Yeah, and I want the refilling of this thing automated. Hey, what the fuck? There we go. 3.7 kilomoles. That'll hopefully keep us in the fuel for a little while. I'm thinking like, yeah, that...
Incoming.
Hey, wonderful. Good news, everyone. We have storms. And... yes. Oh well. Either my system works as I remember how it works, where it checks for the pressure from here, because there's no other reason for the analyzer to be there, or that thing will explode. Either way, it'll be a-okay. Oh. Oh. My giant lump of iron was worth only that much. Wow. Come on, let me through. There we go. Come on. Yep. Wump. Hey there, Molly. How you doing? Nice seeing you around. Hope you're having a nice day. I'm doing quite all right. Enjoying my time here on Europa. It's a little cold, but it's okay. We got our wonderful spacesuits and everything, and making bread. Now, ooh, yum bread. It is actually yum bread because it is like a tier 4 food. So it is like the best kind of food, one of the best kinds of food you can make. Meaning, you know, gives us the best buffs. Speaking of, we're gonna grab some of that. We're gonna then grab however many. Unleash the mouth farts on the plants. See? Bread. A bread loaf. And there on the next to the dude, you see like there's like 4 stars in a burger. Maximum mega food, which means that we can get, when we drink, we get so heckin' hydrated. All the way to 175 heckin' percent. That's a quick shower. Which allows us to get hydrated beyond the, mere mortal comprehension. Huh, I'm noticing again there's some lag, but it's like later on in the stream once we've been playing for a while. I wonder if there's like a memory leak issue. Because I was running around here doing all kinds of crazy shit earlier. And it was all working just fine. You got like 15. Say okay. An empty one. Ooh, that should be quite enough cable for a little bit. You know what? I'll let you continue. It'll be fine. Do number 5. Right hand pockets. Bread space pack. Rightmost. Throw it out. Those are heavies. Here's our super heavies, and a little bit of normals, a couple of transformers, some fuses. Though, we do need one thing. More than one thing. We need batteries. With a storm incoming, what I should build is a heavy battery. Okay. Also, before the storm hits proper. Let's have a look at that. Oh, there it is, the storm. Hey there, trader man. Can you tell me what only a trader can? A whole bunch of free unprocessed ore. I could do something silly with this. You see, my sorter detects dirty ore. I'll have to add into its unprocessed ones. But if I buy these, they go inside the vending machine. Then I add a chute connection to the sort of dirty ore input. They go through there. Unprocessed ore would be then, I don't know, join in on with the dirty ores in the centrifuges. The rest of them would be then pumped into the loader, which is filling mining backpacks. A little bit more iron would be nice. Copper as well. Sell hard shoot package. Box of corn soup. Hard shoot. That's a heavy ask. Even a heavy filter. Yeah, no, that ain't happening. Not for 500 bucks. Corn soup, I'd be happy to sell. That is why we need to make the automated cooking systems. So we can have just boxes of random foods. Hey there, Space Andrew Gaming. Thank you very much for the congratulations on the affiliate day. Love to see you around, friend. Hope you're doing well. 250 for the mining drills. I don't know about that. I could go for the ores though. I could buy those. And these. I see. Huh. Oh well. But here, see? Ores are coming in here, and this silly thing is just filling a freaking mining backpack with whatever. I believe you're my copper backpack. I need the iron one. This one has more iron stuff, so we're not like that horribly iron fucked. Ah! There we go. Now I'm pretty sure these guys are no longer quite as under threat of overheating. And here I need to deal with these windows. Now if I look here, I have built windows on the outside, so I should remove the interior ones. Now that we finished building the floor, if this room gets vented, it'll be okay. There's 274 is 0, 7, 8, 9. 294 would be 20. Which means we can do... I think 20 Celsius is pretty much a good target for most things. Current temperature 23.8. 58 liters. So, can't do an unloader. Holy butt nuggets, but a goddamn discount engineer. Welcome on in, Raiders. How y'all doing? Hey there, discount. What are we up to? Oh, you're also playing on some Stationeers. Nice. How's it going? How are you doing there? Hello and hi and hello, Raiders. I'm Hannu, son of Hannu, writer, streamer, occasionally an extremely amateur game developer. We recently started a long-term project. Currently, I just playing engineers. Playing engineers. Stationeers. Been having an awesome time. And I'm trying to figure out, does ice smelt inside a chute, even if it doesn't have windows? The Stationeer crew expands, it's very true. Rocket mining. But to be honest, mostly waiting on fuel production. Yeah. It is an interesting one, but I gotta say, fuel production, if you're doing just normal fuel, on Europa at least, is kind of easy in the sense that I have infinite oxygen. It's just finding volatiles. Though I haven't done any super fuel yet, so... I'm trying to make it sure it doesn't get all too cold. Ice is safe in closed chutes, or space mining on Vulcan Venus would be impossible. Okay. Thank you, Baylane Alamein over there on the YouTube side. So I'm sort of afraid of Tet, like just trying it out. But if that's the case... that makes life a lot easier. Yeah. Welcome in, Raider. Hanno son of Hanno. Raider streamer. Amateur game developer.
Hello
Hi,
there.
my.
Congratulations on the real affiliate anniversary? Maybe.
Maybe some congratulations, who knows? Hey there, Knapsor. Hope you're doing well. And it is indeed fact, yes. Today, my affiliate anniversary. 1 year ago, Twitch decided to start paying me money for this. Absolutely lovely. Now we have in the green space back, we have in this cardboard box, we have some chutes. And we can just do it. There it was. Thank you, Knapsor. I appreciate it. Oh, right. I'm going to put you in there for now. Close that one, open this one. And we're just going to build some silly shit. How silly you'll see in just a sec. Nah, this'll work. Where's the... there it is. Wrong tool. There we go. There you go. Ice storage in chute. Then it gets to the crusher eventually. Isn't that? Oh. Isn't that lovely? On Europa, you can use window chutes outside if you wish, but they cost 2 chutes versus a normal one. That's very true, and also they cost resources, and we've also already realized that even like using batch loading and shit makes my game lag. So we're not gonna do that. 10 stream streak, nice, Knapsor. Thank you very much. Hope you're having a good time. And, oh, thank you, Molly. Congrats, that's so exciting. Thank you very much. And all the things, just had to wait for the Hannu wants to collaborate box to disappear. Yeah, it's kind of annoying, you know, when you're watching streams with a, fellow streamer, especially when you might even have, collaboration. It's like, hey, no, click here if you, let them know that you want to collaborate. I'm like, no, I mean, geez, they're doing a show. I don't want to bother them in the middle of it. Why would I do that? If I want to ask someone about collaboration, you know what I'm going to do? I want to ask, contact them on Discord. Okay, now, so for this thing, we're doing water. So this is water ice. And I'm just going to chuck it. Boom. You lied to me. Instant melt. Now I'm pretty sure it would, it probably works just fine if you just use a whatchamacallit now? Like an unloader. Or do it in like a proper cold room. Now, I was meaning to a powered inlet chute. I think while it sits inside the powered chute and we pull the lever, in doing that time, it still has enough time to melt. So I was thinking I'm just gonna open the window. Because we have now built the floor back here, which means the greenhouse is no longer exposed. And oh shit, we gotta get rid of that one though. Yeah, we had some temporary water shenanigans. Now this one, that's annoying because it should be yellow. There we go. Change this one to the handrail. Might as well live there. I don't think I have one anywhere else here. Yep. And we do this, and this. So, there. Now, all pipes are insulated except this gas pipe, which... I kind of forgot was here. Maybe it's for the best. Because it doesn't lead anywhere. Not anymore. It used to. But it hasn't done for a while, so please... Oh, thank God. See, you filling this nitrogen into this room is absolutely fine. I do not care. And now, we look at this one, which has our constructables, and inside them we grab the crowbar. Well, we did it. I was trying not to do it, but we did it. But it's okay, I was supposed to do it anyway. See, the ice. Now we got pure carbon dioxide. Interestingly enough. What happened to my pure water? Oh well. There we go. The plastics go in the plastic box. Glasses can hang out with the other glasses. We whip out the angle grinder. Trying to remember what was the original idea here with the windows and shit. I guess it was just meant to be a way to have a sort of passive heating here. But I have no temperature sensors here. So it's a little less than ideal. Maybe we'll just do a new roof in this silly room anyway. Place is already cold. There we go. And we put that glass away. Come on. So we got our silly little solar panel array thing that I've been trying to build for many streams finally done today, which is very nice. We have shoots far enough. Hey there, Carpathize. How you doing? Happy affiliate anniversary. Thank you very much, my friend. I do appreciate it. You're very kind. Thank you, everyone, for turning up. Thank you for the, the well wishes, and in general for, turning up in the past year. This is my very first affiliate anniversary. I've been doing this for slightly over a year. Started in 2024. Made affiliate in January 2025. Oh, January 7th. All thanks to wonderful people like you. Well, thank you for making it possible for me to turn up here and keep doing this silly things doing these silly things I do. Now the Type 2 has that design. We're gonna go with that one. I'm gonna have a white ceiling. Here. And yeah, my thanks are real and heartfelt, because without you people, you lovely, lovely people, none of this would be possible. So thank you. There we go. Now it's all nice and a wee bit nippy in here. So yeah, icing shoots won't melt unless you do something stupid. So using an unloader would be the way to go. You need an unloader and a sorter combination, pretty much always, as far as I can tell, because otherwise the unloader will also try to it unloads the container you put in, and then you shut the container in as well. So you gotta be careful with that shit. So now I bring out this one and we try again. We put the pure carbon dioxide there, sort, and now it's cold enough so the water ice at least won't melt on the way. There's a whole bunch of ice going in here, being warmed to around 20 degrees Celsius. This guy's getting filled up. Oh, got 100 liters already. Aiming towards, well, as long as there's less than 6,000, we'll be fine. Well, that's good, because me showering and, the plants drinking, me drinking, we're going through a lot of this water. Now doing the silly shoot system will at least help us there. So that's nice. Yeah, carry on. Give me a quick sec. Hello. Now. I might own a sorter. Try an unloader. Hey there, no hypocrisy. Yes, an unloader would be nice, but in the end it also throws in the container as well. No hypocrisy there on the YouTube side. So that's why I was just about to think we'll do an unloader, but we do need a sorter for that. That nonsense to work. So we look in here, we look in there. We have Ogre and Autominer. I don't think we'll be gonna doing much with the Autominer for now, so we're gonna put it inside this shelf. It can exchange places with this computer. Heckin' perfect. And in the space back, we have Stacker, Sorter, SDB, Silo, Hopper. We got one free silo here, 2 sorters. one deep miner that need to be placed. Yeah, go through it all. It's fine. We have a couple of stackers here. Composite windows. An empty can for some reason. That's fine. Having a quick look see here. A little bit of a think. Gases, fuel's being produced. You're okay. Right, the ores. This one has my randomized, which I'll deal with at some point. This one has some. This one has more. I'm not sure how much we should put in. Right. I'm worried that's... Oh, that's the wrong one. Now, leave it like half-ish. There we go. On this playthrough, I'm trying to start storing NOS in a large tank. It's being an issue. Oh, Bailane. It likes to be liquid. Stores liquid. Yeah, seems like that is what I've understood with the NOS. Either that or to keep it hot as fuck. I guess the easiest way would be then you have a pressurant to make sure it remains liquid. I don't know enough. Hey! Look at that. Silver. Gold. Tiny bit of iron from somewhere. Ah. Alright. Let's see here. You're full of random shit. Can I put you in here? Yeah. Perfect. There we go. We gotta make more of those. Make sure they never even accidentally run out. To start storing it as a liquid in a liquid tank, I need at least 20 kilomoles of NOS to start the condensing into a liquid. And considering nitrites only has 3 mole per. Yeah, you need the nitrolyzer, isn't it? It's almost 7,000 nitrites. Yep, these have all turned off because this thing should be empty. So that's why we're gonna see about the unloader thing. And it turns out my fears of this pipe network freezing were wrong, because I was looking at inside the machine and apparently a few moles of ice inside here, the machine doesn't care. So my security systems here were kind of pointless. But it's okay. Oh, 1.81 kilopascals of pressure. All right, I manually turned this bastard off, didn't I? Well, that can't be right. That was only 1.81 kilopascals, thanks. This thing has been going on forever. Ran out of volatiles. There's very little anything left in there. Now, the trigger here for the pressure would be, well, this thing is trying to make the pressure go up, but it can't. Temperature there has hit steady. Pressure is too low. So it should be trying to do a purge. It's not doing a purge. It's not doing a purge because the water, that amount of steam apparently isn't turning into a liquid. Interesting. First time I've seen that.
Hunger caution.
Oh well. Increase the pressure enough. Now it's going through the purge proper. Nice. Wow. Neutralizer. That's too power hungry. Takes 6 kilowatts to run and it consumes heat too. Well, tank for low pressure gas, then condensing into a few pipes for inline tank, small volume. Yeah. Or then, you find some way that you produce enough power. Now I was looking at this thing trying to put... So this one has some water inside, yeah. This one was me doing some silly business, trying to play around with that thing. This thing is just... Hey, there's no more water in here. Wonderful. And this one has gases we want out. Pollutants and so forth. But it has 179 liters of water, so that's nice. So it can keep on running for quite a while.
Power low.
We're gonna... Yeah, there's improvements to be made to the system, but it does kind of work, which is the important part. Now, before we end for today, we're gonna see about that loader-unloader shenanigan, get it built. Should hopefully not take too long, so let's see here. Famous last words, kinda. That shouldn't take too long. So we need some chutes. And we need some logic-y stuff. We'll need a sorter. With the motherboard direct various. Oh shit, we need one of those too. Filtered items are always passed on the right-hand slot. Non-filtered continue straight through. So filter what goes out. we can data discs and shit. No. So this way. There we go. Phase chase condenser. Ooh. All that cool stuff. Waiting to get into that more complex logic of everything. All that phase change, cool shit. Try to like figure out how to make large amounts of, well, NOS and so on. Rather looking forward to it. So. Now we're left here, the liquids. Oh, heck, there you were. One more of those. I could even do a quick little beautification system here. There we go. And alright, yes, you go there. Then somewhere we have this guy. We have the screwdriver, wired of cutter, basic of cable, there you go. Everyone's linked together. Now we need the sorting motherboard. Takes a tiny bit of running. Yep. Jump. Perfect. Sorter motherboard. Super heavy cable.
Hydration critical.
Back into action. Need a motherboard for a computer. Absolutely. That's what we're working on here. Hacking torpedo.
Hunger critical.
What's a back? I'm assuming... Alright. Before we just go around assuming... Do I have any empty containers on me? Let's see. Not there. An empty container would be enough. It needs to be an empty backpack. Buckets. Shit. Oh, I'm stupid. That's the one I want to remove. Apparently, might be backpack. Excellent news, everyone. No, worst case scenario. Whoop, there we go. Shit's getting glitchy again. Back and a belt. Thank you very much, No Hypocrisy, over there on the YouTube side. And we look at this. First, double check. Yeah, it's got... Could you heckin'... There you go. Yeah, 274, you don't give a shit. Just crush. Crush it like a madman. This one keeps on getting temperatures around 0 Celsius. Completely acceptable. Multiple kilomoles. There we go. Now we have a system for unloader that will not throw the backpack, will not throw the baby out with the bathwater, if you will. Multiple kilomoles being filled with the beautiful fuel mixture, acting perfect. Now the steam tank is being filled. See, that chip is controlling this production and also monitoring the pressure here. So if the pressure here is below 50 megapascals, make more steam. And pressure too low and there's still steam in there. That is neat. My system has failed me. So I have to have then a check for if the pressure is low but not the temperature. Because it'll end up in this sort of like soft locked state if when it was running out of fumes, steam. Well, that's okay. We don't need the system right now, so we can just let this thing just make steam instead, I guess. If it helps, ices are considered ores. Very neat. Good to know. That'll be very handy to know. Yeah, good. Good. Yeah. Now, so now I wanted to just detect the backpack and chuck the backpack like that. There we go. Hey. So then instead we can have detect ores, chuck him in here, and then let the backpack through normally. Freaking wonderful. Which means you're done and you're done. And you're still going. Oh. That's a decent amount of volatiles in there. So we could have put up a full suit. And that one has the pressure detection here, so this one will not go above 50. And here we could again ramp up the pressure. To closer to 30. Change directions and eventually a purge. Heckin' perfect, because now the waters are getting removed. Steam is being produced.
Health low.
Ah. Right, the whole dying bit. We're gonna want to avoid that one. Because I'm not ready for Vulcan yet. There's still so much to learn. So much to do, so much to see here on Europa. There you go. Helmet, suit, uniform off. Chuck that thing. We do the magic drinky. Instant mega drink. And we're good again. And consuming a bread loaf takes slightly longer. We're no longer losing health. Now we're gaining health. Are you just not feeling too good? He's a little sad. On account of the whole almost dying part. But now at least he's nice and clean and hygienic. So. Looking at my pile of junk. What are my next goals here? Stirling engine's water output need to be figured out. Apparently just attaching a portable water thing allowed it to remove all the water, so that was nice. The pressure gas remover didn't really work the way I wanted, but that's also nice. We can figure that shit out eventually. But number one is getting the outpost to... getting the deep miners in the... I guess, yeah, we need to build a new outpost to deal with where we want deep miners so we can have access to the joins of infinite iron. And before you try to Vulcan, learn how the phase change coolers work. You can use pure AC units, but the phase change is much better. Ooh. Yeah. Thank you, Balin Element. I have been intrigued by those, and I'm looking forward to learning. With a mix of an open and closed system, you will convert Vulcan air into your cooling system. Ooh. Well, definitely worth learning. But yeah, so number one. Outpost. Deep miners. So we have a passive income essentially of just ores coming in. We can then do multiple deep miners to get even more of those out, and then we gotta figure out how the gas centrifuge works. Number two, we want our Stirling engine system is working just fine currently. So that's very nice. One pump needs to be changed from a turbo to a volume pump because it keeps on almost breaking a couple of pipes. Maybe both pumps could be changed into the inputs and outputs could be changed to volume pumps. Well, that is tweaking. The system itself works. The problem is, what do I do with the water afterwards? Now I got it there. Now to cool it down enough so we can we want to remove the unwanted gases, pretty much. So, I don't know, freaking nitrogen or something. Yeah. It'll work out. It's gonna be grand. And the ice melting room needs a pressure release valve, because currently the ice is producing small amounts of nitrogen, and all of that is just being pumped into the room, increasing the pressure. Less than ideal. But that, my friends, will be for the next time. Right now, I've been on for over 8 hours, and my doggos are extremely restless because they have butts full of poop, and they need their walkies. So, we do the first Paradox demands first save game, then exit to desktop, and save and exit one more time. Lovely. Look at this show playlist. Find the one we usually do. There it is. The raid music. The heckin' drink and industry. So thank you everyone for hanging out. Well, let's see. Let's first find that the readable channel, eh? So what are people up to? What are they playing? First we'll check. Same category. Anyone here? I know I can feel. I can. Yeah, no, I know. A good one. Hey, thank you, Balin. And yeah, we've been doing a lot of Stationeers. I would love to do some more Stationeers tomorrow, but I also feel like I should do like some vintage or something. I also mentioned another game for tomorrow. You know what? We'll have a vote or something tomorrow. What do we actually play? So we're going to start with the game dev as usual. Then I'll have a break during the day to walk the dogs because, timing reasons. And right now, we are going to raid out to... I think I know who. Well, they've been going on for longer than I, but it is the wonderful South Africa himself. It is, of course, Walls playing Terra Invicta. Which, if I do understand correctly, is a bit, global map playing, but, aliens are taking over Earth. I'm on the wrong heckin' scene. There we go. Oh, I wasn't even in my mug. How embarrassing. And the stream is still on that one. Yeah, looks like it is. Excellent. Click the clack on the start rated. There we go. Bye-bye, Knapsor. I hope you have a good one. In fact, all of you. I hope you have a good one. So, as we do, thank you to all the chatters, all the lurkers, and all those who just wandered on in. And thank you, especially to everyone who turned up. And, I very much appreciate all the congratulations on the affiliate anniversary. It's been a wild year. And let's hope for another great one to come. Let's make it a partnership or something. That's a good goal for the year. Just shoot for the moon. Yeah, thank you for turning up. I hope you had a good time. I had a wonderful time with all of you, and I hope all of you have a wonderful day. Thank you, Space Andrew Gaming. Thank you, Balin Elemaine, for hanging out. Thank you, No Hypocrisy, as well, over on the YouTube side, and all you silent people on the YouTube as well. I do appreciate you, and I hope everyone has a good time. Until next time, stay awesome, stay cool. Ta-ta.